My name is Sam Vaknin. I am the author of Malignant Self-Love, Narcissism Revisited. Today we will discuss the history of personality disorders. Where did this concept come from? Are personality disorders the same as character disorders, psychosis, other forms of mental illness? Well, it all started less than 100 years ago. Well into the 18th century, more than 200 years ago, the only types of mental illness, then collectively known as delirium or mania, were depression or melancholy, psychosis, and delusions. 100 years later, at the beginning of the 19th century, the French psychiatrist Pinel coined the phrase manie sans délire, insanity without delusions. He described patients who lacked impulse control, often raged when they were frustrated, and were prone to outbursts of violence. He noted that such patients were not subject to delusions. They were not delusional. Pinel, without knowing it, was referring, of course, to psychopaths, patients with antisocial personality disorder. Across the ocean, just about the same time, in the United States, Benjamin Rush made similar observations. And so in 1835, the British J.C. Pritchard, working as senior physician at Bristol Infirmary Hospital, published a seminal work titled Treatise on Insanity and Other Disorders of the Mind. Pritchard, in turn, suggested the neologism moral insanity. To quote Pritchard, moral insanity consisted of a morbid perversion of the natural feelings, affections, inclinations, temper, habits, moral dispositions, and natural impulses, without any remarkable disorder or defect of the intellect, or knowing, or reasoning faculties, and in particular, without any insane delusion or hallucination. Not bad for a 19th century description. Pritchard then proceeded to elucidate the psychopathic antisocial personality in great detail. He wrote, "It is a propensity to theft. This is sometimes a feature of moral insanity, and sometimes it is its leading, if not sole characteristic. Eccentricity of conduct, singular and absurd habits, a propensity to perform the common actions of life in a different way from that usually practiced, is a feature of many cases of moral insanity, but can hardly be said to contribute sufficient evidence of its existence," he admitted. When, however, such phenomena are observed in connection with a wayward and intractable temper, with a decay of social affections, an aversion to the nearest relatives and friends formerly beloved, in short, with a change in the moral character of the individual, Pritchard says, the case becomes tolerably well marked. But the distinctions between personality, affective, and mood disorders were still way in the future. In the 19th century, these boundaries were murky, not marked. Pritchard muddied the distinctions further by writing, "A considerable proportion among the most striking instances of moral insanity are those in which a tendency to gloom or sorrow is a predominant feature. State of gloom or melancholy depression occasionally gives way to the opposite condition of preternatural excitement." And of course, he's referring to bipolar disorder. Another half-century were to pass before a system of classification emerged that offered differential diagnosis of mental illnesses without delusions. These disorders later came to be known as personality disorders, and they were, for the first time, at the end of the 19th century, clearly distinguished from affective disorders, schizophrenia, and depressive illnesses. Still, the term moral insanity was being widely used for almost a century. Henry Maudsley applied moral insanity in 1885 to a patient. He described this patient as having no capacity for true moral feeling. All his impulses and desires, to which he yields without check, are egotistic. His conduct appears to be governed by immoral motives, which are cherished and obeyed without any evident desire to resist them. This is in his book, Responsibility in Mental Illness. But Maudsley already belonged to a generation of physicians who felt increasingly uncomfortable with the vague and judgmental coinage moral insanity. They sought to replace it with something a bit more objective, a bit more neutral and scientific. And so Maudsley bitterly criticized the ambiguous term moral insanity in his book. He wrote, "It is a form of mental alienation, which has so much the look of vice or crime that many people regard it as an unfounded medical invention." And to this very day, many people consider psychopathy or antisocial personality disorder to be a culture-bound syndrome, a value judgment, not a mental illness or disorder. In his book, The Psychopathischen Minderwertigkeit, published in 1891, the German doctor J.L.A. Koch tried to improve the situation by suggesting the phrase psychopathic inferiority. He limited his diagnosis to people who are not retarded or mentally ill, but still display a rigid pattern of misconduct and dysfunction throughout their increasingly disordered lives. In later editions, Koch replaced the word inferiority with personality to avoid sounding judgmental, and hence was born the psychopathic personality. 20 years of controversy later, the diagnosis found its way into the 8th edition of E. Kröplin's seminal Lehrbuch der Psychiatrie, Clinical Psychiatry, a textbook for students and physicians. By that time, it merited a whole lengthy chapter in which Kröplin suggested 6 additional types of disturbed personalities. He said that they were psychopathic and then excitable, unstable, eccentric, liar, swindler, and quarrelsome. All these personality types. But still, the focus was on antisocial behavior. If one's conduct caused inconvenience or suffering, or even merely annoyed someone, or flaunted the norms of society, one was liable to be diagnosed as psychopathic. In his influential books, The Psychopathic Personality, the 9th edition of which was published in 1950, and Clinical Psychopathology, 1959, another German psychiatrist, K. Schneider, sought to expand the diagnosis of psychopathy to people who harm and inconvenience themselves, as well as others. Patients who are depressed, socially anxious, excessively shy and insecure were all deemed by him to be psychopaths. But in his terminology, psychopath meant abnormal. He lumped everything and everyone together, which was not really very helpful. This broadening of the definition of psychopathy directly challenged the earlier work of Scottish psychiatrist Sir David Henderson. In 1939, Henderson published a book called Psychopathic States, which was to become an instant classic. In it, he postulated that, though not mentally subnormal, psychopaths are people who, I quote, throughout their lives or from a comparatively early age, have exhibited disorders of conduct of an antisocial or asocial nature, usually of a recurrent episodic type, which in many instances have proved difficult to influence by methods of social, penal, and medical care, or for whom we have no adequate provision of preventative or curative nature. As you see, they loved long sentences back then. But Henderson went a lot further than that, and he transcended the narrow view of psychopathy, the German school, then prevailing throughout Europe. In his work, again 1939, Henderson described 3 types of psychopaths. Aggressive psychopaths were violent, suicidal, and prone to substance abuse. Passive and inadequate psychopaths were oversensitive, unstable, and hypochondriacal. They were also introverts, schizoids, and pathological liars. Creative psychopaths were all dysfunctional people who managed to become famous or infamous somehow, and despite their disorder. 20 years later, in the 1959 Mental Health Act for England and Wales, psychopathic disorder was defined in Section 4, subsection 4. A persistent disorder or disability of mind, whether or not including subnormality of intelligence, which results in abnormally aggressive or seriously irresponsible conduct on the part of the patient and requires or is susceptible to medical treatment. This definition reverted to the minimalist and cyclical tautological approach. Abnormal behavior is that which causes harm, suffering, or discomfort to others. Such behavior is ipso facto aggressive and or irresponsible. Additionally, this definition failed to tackle and even excluded manifestly abnormal behavior that does not require or is not susceptible to medical treatment. Today, for instance, we believe that both narcissistic personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder are not amenable to treatment. Yet, they are definitely, or at least narcissism is, a mental disorder. Thus, psychopathic personality came to mean both abnormal and antisocial, which is a source of confusion to this very day. This confusion persists. Scholarly debate still rages between those, such as the Canadian Robert Hare, who distinguished the psychopath from the patient with mere antisocial personality disorder, and those, the orthodoxy of the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, who wish to avoid ambiguity by using only the term antisocial personality disorder. So Hare makes a distinction between psychopaths and antisocials, and the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual Committee does not make this distinction and regards Hare as a maverick. Moreover, these nebulous constructs resulted in comorbidity, the diagnosis of several mental health disorders or personality disorders in the same patient. Patients were frequently diagnosed with multiple, largely overlapping personality disorders, traits, and styles. As early as 1950, the aforementioned German Schneider wrote, "Any clinician would be greatly embarrassed if asked to classify into appropriate types the psychopaths, that is, abnormal personalities, encountered in any 1 year in his practice." So what's the situation today? Most practitioners rely on either the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual, now in its 5th edition, or on the International Classification of Diseases, ICD, now in its 10th edition. The two tomes disagree on some issues, but by and large conform to each other. And they both include reference to narcissism and to psychopathy. The field is young. These disorders have been included in the DSM only 40 years ago, less than 40 years ago. And so there is still a lot of room for differentiation, more subtle distinctions, and a better understanding of what makes narcissists and psychopaths tick, and how can society fend them off and defend itself against them.
Nothing good can happen on a Monday except a new YouTube by the inimitable, the one and only one, thank God for that, Sam Vaknin. C'est moi. My name is Sam Vaknin, and I'm the author of Malignant Self-Love, Narcissism Revisited. I'm also a former visiting professor of psychology. Today we are going to discuss morality and its place in psychology and in the relationship between victims and abusers. Is there any place to talk about ethics, about proper conduct, about good versus evil? Is this about morality, or is this about naked Darwinian power? Is it about the survival of the fittest? Or have we, as a society and as individuals, have we transcended this view of reality and entered a more refined space where people are empathic and considerate and sensitive and generally woke. You know my view. I'm not going to disappoint you in this video, but I'm going to introduce you to many, many new concepts and a lot of research, as I always do. Stay with me. And so I've received a comment by Claudine James on one of my videos, and it says, this moral manipulation is alien and crazy making. Narcissist has deep need to debase others to be able to perch on the moral hilltop? Question mark. Or is it cowardice to just say the relationship is over directly, wherein he is the victim, humiliated and rejected again to himself? So this raises quite a few issues, and many of them have been tackled in previous videos. But the one new element in this comment is the topic of morality. You see, psychology attempts to stand out from philosophy and from religion and to pose as a rigorous, almost exact and vigorous science. It's derisory, it's funny, it's comic. Psychology will never be a science. At best, it's a pseudoscience. But in its attempt to become the new physics of the soul, the new mechanics of the psyche, psychology has rejected morality and value judgments, and they are nowhere to be found in psychological theories and practices, which is a huge shame, because narcissistic abuse, for example, shatters our belief in a just world, in a just universe. And in this sense, narcissistic abuse is first and foremost a moral calamity. I want to read to you a speech. It was given by Heinrich Himmler. Heinrich, Treue Heini, the loyal Heini, as Hitler called him, has never been known for his morality. But listen to his speech and the amazing and pernicious ways in which he casts himself and the murderous SS, the Totenkopf, as the moral agents, and the Jews perishing in the Holocaust, asphyxiated with Zyklon B gas and then cremated. The Jews, the victims, are the true moral scourge. They are the true enemies. They are the true perpetrators. The poor SS has to deal with the aftermath of the Jewish evil. Listen well how a psychopath, a psychopathic narcissist for that matter, recasts the victim's role and himself as the abuser, as the victim. Himmler's speech was given to senior SS officers in Poznan, Poland, on October 4th, 1943, and he dealt with the evacuation of the Jews. And here's what Heinrich Himmler had to say. I also want to speak to you here, he said, in complete frankness, of a really grave chapter. Among ourselves, for once, it shall be said quite openly, but all the same, we will never speak about it in public. Just as we did not hesitate on June 30th, 1934, to do our duty as we were ordered, and to stand comrades who had erred against the wall and shoot them. And we never spoke about it, and we never will speak about it. It was a matter of natural tact that is alive in us, thank God, that we never talked about it among ourselves, that we never discussed it. Each of us shuddered, and yet each of us knew clearly that the next time he would do it again if it were an order and if it were necessary. I'm referring here to the evacuation of the Jews, the extermination of the Jewish people. This is one of the things that is easily said. The Jewish people are going to be exterminated. That's what every party member says. Sure, it's our program, elimination of the Jews, extermination, it will be done. And then they all come along, the 80 million worthy Germans, and each one has his one decent Jew. Of course, the others are swine, but this one, this Jew, is a first-rate Jew. Of all those who talk like that, not one has seen it happen. Not one has had to go through it. Most of you men, says Himmler to his SS cohorts, most of you men know what it is like to see 100 corpses side by side, or 500 or 1,000. To have stood fast through this, and except for cases of human weakness, to have stayed decent, that has made us hard. This is an unwritten and never to be written page of glory in our history, for we know how difficult it would be for us if today, after bombing raids and the hardships and deprivations of war, if we were still to have the Jews in every city as secret saboteurs, agitators and inciters. If the Jews were still lodged in the body of the German nation, we would probably by now have reached the stage of 1916, 1917. The wealth the Jews possessed, we took from them. I gave a strict order, said Himmler, which has been carried out by SS Obergruppenführer Paul, that this wealth will of course be turned over to the Reich in its entirety. We have taken none of it for ourselves. Individuals who have erred will be punished in accordance with the order given by me at the start, threatening that anyone who takes as much as a single mark of this money is a dead man. A number of SS men, they're not very many, committed this offense, and they shall die. There will be no mercy. We had the moral right. We had the duty towards our people to destroy these people that wanted to destroy us. But we do not have the right. We do not have the moral right to enrich ourselves by so much as a fur, a watch, 1 mark, or a cigarette, or anything else. We do not want in the end, because we destroyed a bacillus, to be infected by these bacillus and to die. I will never stand by and watch while even a small rotten spot develops or takes hold. Whatever and wherever it may form, we will together burn it away. All in all, however, we can say that we have carried out this most difficult of tasks in spirit of love for our people, and we have suffered no harm to our inner being, our soul, and our character. Heinrich Himmler wasn't aware that his speech presaged a concept in psychology known as moral injury. Now, many self-styled experts, of course, misunderstand and misconstrue moral injury. Moral injury is experienced not by victims, but by perpetrators. When a perpetrator behaves in a way that conflicts with his or her values, with his or her morality, conscience, etc., etc., we have a moral injury. It's an injury to an individual's moral conscience and values resulting from an act perceived as a moral transgression on the part of themselves. Now, sometimes witnessing such an act can also invoke or provoke moral injury, but in very few cases does the victim suffer moral injury. Moral injury produces profound feelings of guilt and shame, moral disorientation, societal alienation, a sense of betrayal, a sense of anger. There are psychological, social, cultural, spiritual aspects of moral injury, and in this sense, moral injury is a form of trauma. The US Department of Veterans Affairs uses the concept of moral injury in its literature, and it says the following: the mental health of military veterans who have witnessed or perpetrated an act in combat that transgressed their deeply held moral beliefs and expectations can result in moral injury. So moral injury is almost exclusively reserved for someone who did something really, really wrong and he knows it. Someone who misbehaved, someone who transgressed, someone who violated the most basic ethical precepts. This kind of person is liable to suffer from moral injury if he is possessed of values, moral compass, and a conscience to start with. Moral injury was first described in 1984, and then it was called moral distress. There was a philosopher, his name was Andrew Jenton, and he wrote about nursing. And he described ethical dilemmas in nursing, and he said that these ethical dilemmas create, and I quote, moral distress arises when one knows the right thing to do, but institutional constraints make it nearly impossible to pursue the right course of action. The term moral injury was coined by Jonathan Shea. Go down to the description. The description is under the video, not over the video. Go down to the description and you will find 2 articles by psychiatrist Jonathan Shea and his colleagues. He focused mostly on military veterans, and he interrogated me, asked them about a sense of injustice, leadership malpractice, ethical dilemmas they've encountered, and how they solve them. And he defined moral injury as containing or comprised of 3 components. He said, moral injury is present when 1, there has been a betrayal of what is morally right, 2, by someone who holds legitimate authority, and 3, in a high-stakes situation. He defined moral injury as stemming from the betrayal of what's right in a high-stakes situation by someone who holds power. Now, today, we don't adhere to this definition. We have enlarged it considerably, and the credit goes to Brett Litz, L-I-T-Z. Again, go to the description, and you will see some of the articles. In 2009, the term moral injury was modified, and Litz and colleagues defined it this way. Moral injury is perpetrating, failing to prevent, or bearing witness to acts that transgress deeply held moral beliefs and expectations. It may be deleterious in the long term, emotionally, psychologically, behaviorally, spiritually, and socially. So now the definition is much wider. It doesn't apply only to the military, to law enforcement, to the healthcare industries. Now anyone and everyone can suffer moral injury, but again it's limited to perpetrators. Perpetrator guilt, a phenomenon I will discuss in a few minutes, underlies moral injury. If you experience moral injury, it's because you have done something seriously wrong, in breach of everything that is held dear, morally and ethically, by everyone, yourself included. Your conscience is torturing you for good reason. Your suffering is purifying and purging and cleansing. It's a baptism by fire and a very healing experience. According to Litz, the term moral injury has been developed in response to the inadequacy of other mental health diagnoses, such as post-traumatic stress disorder. Litz and others said that PTSD doesn't capture the anguish, the self-torture, the torment, the inner disintegration, the knowing feeling of being possessed or bedeviled by voices, powerful introjects that are the equivalent of a harsh inner critic or a sadistic superego, but with a correct, right, justified message. So PTSD focuses on symptoms. Moral injury focuses on the reactions to these symptoms in terms of shame, guilt, anger, a sense of betrayal, and disgust. When people experience moral injury, the first thing is shame. They feel ashamed of themselves because they haven't measured up to their own standards, because they have failed first and foremost themselves. The path from PTSD to moral injury is two-way. You could first suffer moral injury, which later develops into PTSD. In short, moral injury is a form of self-traumatizing and then self-re-traumatizing. The introjects inside you are so powerful and so right that you can't offer any resistance and any meaningful defense, and you essentially internally decompensate. Acting out is just one step removed. Acting out could be in the form of psychosis, all-consuming psychosis, or doing something really, really crazy, really, really criminal, really, really illegal, something that's bound to get you into serious trouble. Let's focus on the cognitive, behavioral, and emotional aspects of moral injury. And he said that cognitive dissonance occurs after a perceived moral transgression results in a stable internal global attribution of blame, followed by the experience of shame, guilt, anxiety, and withdrawal or avoidance. There's an increased risk of suicide owing to demoralization, self-harming, and self-handicapping behavior. So, according to Litz, the sequence is moral transgression, perceived as moral transgression by the individual, then cognitive dissonance, then stable self-attribution of blame, shame, guilt, anxiety, negative affectivity, and the attendant negative moods and negative affects and negative and anxiety. So this is the next stage. Then withdrawal and avoidance, which is a very, very bad sign. It's extremely bad sign, because in the vast majority of cases, it's followed by suicidal ideation, demoralization, severe attempts to self-harm and self-handicap and self-defeat, and ultimately self-destruct. There are psychological risk factors that predispose individuals to moral injury, and they include neuroticism, being prone to shame, and there are other factors that protect individuals from moral injury. For example, high self-esteem, of course, grandiosity, support, succor, people around the individual who forgive the individual and offer the individual a helping hand, a holding hand. And above all, number one, is a belief that the world is just, a belief in the just world hypothesis. We'll come to it a bit later in this video. Now there's an anthropologist, Tine Molendik, and she integrated insights from psychology, philosophy, theology, social sciences, and so on and so forth, and she offers the most holistic understanding of moral injury. She dwells on ethics, psychology, spiritual, existential dimensions, organizational, political, societal, etc., etc. So anyone interested to learn more about moral injury, Tine Molendik is your girl. The research of Molendik showed that unresolved conflicts create potentially morally injurious situations. The unresolved conflicts could be on the political level. For example, disagreements about whether a war is just or not. The Iraq war, the Ukraine war, when there's a disagreement as to the ethical dimension of the war. Is it a just war, not only in terms of international law, but in terms of ethics? In this case, soldiers on the ground are fighting a war but do not experience total approval and total support. And so they experience institutional betrayal, and they're looking for reparation. In other words, they begin to develop compensatory behaviors. Some of these compensatory behaviors can be entitled and grandiose. In other words, moral injury can provoke narcissistic defenses and even psychopathic behavior. And this is why it's very difficult to tell sometimes people who are actual, echt, real narcissists and psychopaths from people who have become transitional narcissists and psychopaths owing to a single mistake, a single transgression, having done something wrong, having erred, having made a faux pas, having misbehaved, and then regret it bitterly, and so on and so forth. So the sequence in this case is the individual misbehaves, commits a moral, ethical transgression, even a crime. Then the individual feels bad about it because it conflicts with the individual's values and conscience and moral compass. Individual feels bad. That's a moral injury. Then there is a sense of betrayal if the transgression is embedded in a bigger picture, for example, a war, natural disaster, a crash, an accident, and so on and so forth. So then there's a sense of betrayal, and then there are compensatory behaviors, compensatory mechanisms, often involving high narcissism, grandiosity, and entitlement. Public condemnation, public exposure of the individual can create the equivalent of mortification even in healthy people. But here is something very interesting. If the individual perceives himself to have acted wrongly, and then he is made into a hero, he is celebrated, he is feted, he is subjected to a confetti parade, that would create moral injury. So moral injury is any public exposure following a misdeed, following misconduct. And the public exposure can be negative, but can also be positive. The public eye, that big all-seeing eye that used to symbolize God in medieval churches, this eye of the public follows you everywhere. And if you know that you have misbehaved, no matter how forcefully and how often you protest to yourself and in public and to others, you know that you have misbehaved. You know how badly you've misbehaved. You know how egregiously you breached every moral tenet and every ethical precept. And you know there's no way out of this knowledge. And so any attention to you, even positive attention, is likely to actually engender and inflame your moral injury. Now, if you're embedded in a social network that is supportive and provides succor, and unthinkingly is behind you, that is going to ameliorate the intensity, extent and length, longevity of the moral injury. But it's not going to prevent it. And if it continues into the process of moral injury, it's going to exacerbate it. So in a way, moral injury is the opposite of narcissistic injury. But ironically, it is experienced as the same. It's a kind of mortification. And so the reactions are very much the same. There's a lot of soul searching, a lot of self-tormenting, a lot of tears and gnashing of teeth, and an attempt to flee yourself, to kind of put a stop to it, to throw on the kill switch, no pun intended. So any distortion of the original experience by the public is perceived as enhancing, amplifying, magnifying the moral injury, because it brings to light, it highlights the injustice, the unjust way in which the individual had comported himself or herself. In 2019, researchers found out that there's a list of events that distress civilians at a level consistent with moral injury, including a car accident or experiencing sexual assault, provoked sexual assault in many ways, and so on and so forth. But not everyone reacts the same way. The preconditions that I've mentioned must exist for a moral injury to manifest. Moral injury explains a panoply of behaviors, including, for example, resignation, leaving your job. That's work by Ludmila Praslova, and so on and so forth. I encourage you to go into the literature. It's pretty fascinating. And definitely there is a very strong connection between moral injury and complex post-traumatic stress disorder, CPTSD, especially with the element of complex post-traumatic stress disorder known as disturbances in self-organization. Moral injury is not so much linked to other aspects of CPTSD, but it is deeply linked to emotional dysregulation, interpersonal difficulties, negative self-concepts, a sense of worthlessness or failure, guilt and shame. In short, moral injury triggers the bad object. So it renders CPTSD much worse, or even brings on CPTSD. Now, I mentioned earlier that one of the defenses against moral injury is the just world hypothesis. Now we have there's something called primal world beliefs, or in short, primals. Primal world beliefs in psychology are basic beliefs that humans hold about the general character of the world. Clinically speaking, primal world beliefs are part of what is known as the internal working model. Okay. Jeremy Clifton and his colleagues in the University of Pennsylvania coined this phrase, primals or primal world beliefs, between 2014 and 2019. And they did a lot of amazing work and so on and so forth. And they isolated 26 primal world beliefs that people hold. And these are preconditions for existence, not only for happiness or contentment, but for functioning. You can't function well if you don't hold some of these beliefs. And they include the beliefs that the world is safe, enticing, alive, that the world, in short, is a good place, is good, is just, and not dangerous. Of course, the opposite of this is that the world is capricious, arbitrary, hostile, dangerous, and so on and so forth. The just world belief is the belief that there is karma. The world is a karmic place. Outcomes are typically earned and deserved. And each primal is modeled as a kind of variable in operation within this just world. Now, what is the just world hypothesis and how does it constitute a defense against moral injury? There's a book called Everything Happens for a Reason. Don't ask. But it encapsulates this belief. And there are all these sentences, you know, you got what was coming to you, what goes around comes around, chickens come home to roost, everything happens for a reason, and you reap what you sow. You know these sentences? They are all about the just world hypothesis, or more precisely, more accurately, the just world fallacy. It's a cognitive bias. It assumes that the world is organized in a way that justice is inbuilt. It's a hardwired feature. It's meted out to people. People get what they deserve. Their actions will have morally fair and fitting consequences. Actors and agents will get paid handsomely for their good deeds and even more handsomely for their bad deeds. Nothing will go unpunished and nothing will go unrewarded. The assumptions that noble actions eventually will be rewarded and evil actions will be punished, that's a part of this hypothesis. Now, it's a tendency to attribute consequences or to expect consequences to a universal force in a way. So it's kind of a proxy to a belief in God. It's a supreme power that restores a moral balance or a universal connection between the nature of actions and their results. Of course, this is completely illogical and irrational. I mean, consider, for example, the following question: who decides what is good and what is evil? Any action is good in certain contexts and evil in other contexts. I can give you like a million examples. So forget all this. It's not a very rigorous, philosophically rigorous notion or concept, but it implies the existence of a cosmic justice, destiny, divine providence, desert, stability, order, karma. It's a kind of rationalizing suffering on the grounds that sufferers deserve it. Now, many social psychologists studied the just world hypothesis, and number one among them is Melvin Lerner. Melvin Lerner started his work in the 1960s, and he is definitely the grandfather, the father, and the mother of the field. He studied beliefs about justice, and he inquired into negative societal and social interactions. He was trying to understand experiments by Stanley Milgram. Stanley Milgram studied obedience. Lerner wanted to answer the question, how come regimes, political regimes that cause cruelty and suffering continue to maintain popular support? How do people come to accept social norms and social laws and mores that produce misery and hurt? It flies in the face of logic, I mean, and basic assumptions about human nature. How does this happen? So Lerner came up with an answer. He said, because we tend to blame victims for their suffering. That's why. We don't think the victims don't deserve what they're getting. We believe victims deserve to suffer. And so then the regime which inflicts suffering on victims becomes an instrument of God, an agent of order and structure and justice, a positive thing. Such a regime is perceived as a positive thing. Going back to Heinrich Himmler, he said to his subordinates, the SS officers present, he said to them, you're good people because you're punishing the deserving. The Jews are our enemy. They want to destroy us and you're punishing them. That makes you good people. And so Lerner theorized that there was a prevalent belief in a just world in which actions and conditions have predictable, appropriate consequences. And the actions and conditions are associated closely with specific behaviors or attributes. So this means that society determines the norms of society, the values of society, the ideologies that rule society, govern society. They determine, first and foremost, what is right and what is wrong. They determine what is just and what is unjust, what is appropriate and what is inappropriate. And then they tell you how to behave. Althusser called it interpellation. Society tells you how to behave and what traits and attributes of yourself you should emphasize. They're positive and others are negative. You should suppress them or repress them. Lerner said that believing in a just world is a functional thing. It maintains the idea that one can influence the world in a predictable way. All you have to do is be good. All you have to do is work hard. All you have to do is conform, and then nothing bad will happen to you. It's a kind of contract with the world regarding the consequences of your choices, decisions, and behaviors. If I follow what you're saying to the world, what you're saying to society, what you're saying to your government, what you're saying to other people, what you're saying to your spouse and to your children and to your bosses and to your neighbors and what you say, your church, what you're saying is, if I agree to follow your prescriptions, behavioral prescriptions, if I agree to suppress my antisocial and asocial traits, would you then guarantee that I will never be punished? And the answer resoundingly is a counterfactual, yes, counterfactual, because this is nonsense. There's no such contract in reality. No one guarantees anything to anyone ever. Bad things happen to good people. There's a book by that name. But people pretend, they lie to themselves. And so they plan for the future and they engage in effective goal-driven behavior. Those of you who want to delve deeper, there's a kind of a booklet or monograph or whatever you want to call it, published in 1980 by Lerner, The Belief in a Just World, a Fundamental Delusion. That says everything there is to say. The belief in a just world, said Lerner, is not about the world, it's about the believers. The believers want to feel good. The belief in a just world maintains the believers' well-being. People are confronted daily with evidence that the world is not just. Many people suffer for no apparent cause. Ask the Holocaust victims. And yet, we continue to lie to ourselves. And we use strategies to eliminate information that threatens this belief. Rational or irrational strategies. For example, we accept the reality of some injustice. We say, well, mostly the world is just. Of course, there are mistakes, glitches and bugs in the software, and sometimes the world is not just. Or we say, wherever we see injustice, we fight back. We're going to prevent injustice or reverse injustice or provide restitution. Or you say, this is the best I can do. I'm limited, and so on and so forth. These are all, or you deny the injustice, or you withdraw from the world, or you reinterpret or reframe the event. These are all defenses against the fact that the world is actually not just. You need to fit your experience of an unjust world, eminently unjust, overwhelmingly unjust world. You need to fit it into your expectation of a just, karmic world. You reinterpret the outcome, the cause, the character of everything, and that includes the victims. And here we come to the crucial point. To justify injustice in the world, the easiest method is to blame the victims, to shift the blame to the victims. If you cast the victims as the bad guys, then anything and everything that's happening to them, all their suffering, is justified. It's actually proof that the world is just. If you observe the injustice and suffering of an innocent person, one major way is to rearrange the cognition of an event, to interpret this victim as deserving of his suffering. Observers blame victims for their suffering. They try to find behaviors, a history, some mistakes they've made, their characteristics. Anti-Semitism is built entirely on this edifice. So these are negative social phenomena which are intended to resolve cognitive dissonances via derogating, devaluing, and degrading the victim. Another effect of this kind of thinking is that individuals experience less personal vulnerability because they do not believe they've done anything to deserve or to cause negative outcomes. And this is a self-serving bias, which is very, very, very thinly separated from narcissism. In short, if you believe in a just world and you believe that you are a good person, you are one step removed from becoming a narcissist. One step removed. So all these whining, self-styled victims, healers, rescuers, saviors, I'm always wronged, I always fall victim, I've never done anything bad to anyone, and look what's happening to me. I never get along with a specific group of people, you name it, women, minorities, Jews, whatever. All these people are actually deep in the throes of malignant narcissism. They just camouflage, pretend to be the prey when they've actually long ago become the predators. Watch my previous video about mimicry. Just world beliefs, they are forms of what we call causal attribution. In victim blaming, the causes of victimization are attributed to the individual rather than to the perpetrator or to the situation. So if you're victimized, it's because you attract abusers. You're a narcissist magnet. You're passive, you're just there, and bad things happen to you all the time. It's a form of superstition, delusional superstition. And so the consequences of belief in a just world may be related to or explained in terms of causal attribution. You had it coming. You're a victim because you deserve to be a victim, because you have a victim mentality, you have victim behavior, and you attract abusers because you're not sufficiently careful, or you're too provocative, or you yourself, you're an abuser, just pretending to be a victim, etc., etc., etc. Now, there have been many philosophical and psychological attempts in philosophy and psychology to rationalize victim blaming, enshrine it, and institutionalize it. Consider, for example, veridical judgment. Veridical judgment. It's a suggestion that derogation effects are based on accurate judgments of the victim's character. In other words, if you think the victim has done something wrong or something to deserve his or her suffering, it's because you're right. They did or they are. It's beyond shocking that there is such a school in psychology. But veridical judgment, go and look it up for yourself. Lerner countered by saying that people are derogated, denigrated, debased, attacked, chastised, criticized when they actually suffer. Individuals who agreed to undergo suffering but did not undergo suffering were viewed positively. So it's not about the victim, it's about the situation. And then there is another theory called guilt reduction. Guilt reduction is we humiliate the victims, we blame the victims, we criticize the victims because we want to reduce our own feelings of guilt. Observers, the guilt reduction theory says that observers feel responsible or guilty for a victim's suffering if they themselves are involved in the situation or in an experiment, for example. In order to reduce the guilt, they devalue the victim. There isn't adequate evidence to support this appealing idea. Even observers who were not implicated in experiments and had no reason to feel guilty still were blaming and denigrating and humiliating victims. And there's another theory called discomfort reduction. It says that we blame victims as a way to alleviate discomfort after we view suffering. The primary motivation is not to restore a belief in a just world, but to reduce discomfort caused by empathizing with the victims. Blaming victims is not intended to suppress helping activity, but intended to suppress empathizing with the victim, because empathizing is really, really uncomfortable. These people assist the victims, they help them, but they don't empathize with them. According to Erwin Staub, devaluing the victim leads to lesser compensation if restoring belief in a just world was a primary motive. Instead, there's virtually no difference between compensation amounts, whether the compensation precedes or follows devaluation. So here we come to psychopathy. Psychopathy is a lack of just world maintaining strategies. There are no emotions there, and there's no empathy, so there's no discomfort. There's no need to blame the victim. Things just are. There's no emotional reaction to the horrors and the suffering of other people. You just note them in passing, as you would note, for example, the weather. It's a complicated topic. We blame and derogate victims. This is well established in many studies. I refer you to studies by Zick Rubin, Letitia, Ann Peplau, and many others. And even victims of violence, illness, poverty, they are all somehow blamed for what's happening to them, for their suffering. The existence of a just world hypothesis, coupled with a very high self-esteem, is actually narcissism. Narcissism is a defense. Narcissism is a defense against moral injury. This narcissism assumes that nothing in principle is immoral. Victims deserve what's happening to them. They deserve the suffering. They deserve what's coming to them. So we see two pathways here, two trajectories. Number one, a person starts off as a moral person, ethical person with a conscience, and then he does something really bad and he feels guilt, experiences shame, ego dystony. So there's moral injury. And then to defend against the moral injury, such a person is likely to become highly narcissistic and even psychopathic. On the other end of the spectrum, a narcissist and a psychopath, they would almost never or very rarely experience moral injury. They may experience something which I call self-efficacy injury. Injury because they have failed. So it's the equivalent of mortification or narcissistic injury, but never moral injury. Self-efficacy injury is a very interesting concept, which I will elaborate upon in a future video. But what happened when these very people are victimized? The people who kept saying the victims deserve it, they had it coming, and suddenly they're victimized. There was a study by Dr. Ronnie Yanov-Bullman, and it found that victims often blame their own behavior, but not their own characteristics for their victimization. Blaming one's behavior is a way of reasserting control. If you say, I became a victim because I made a mistake, then you made it happen. It's the same way a narcissist copes with mortification. He says, I made it happen. When you say, I made it happen, my behavior caused my victimization, then you were in charge. You were the boss. You were in control. Dimensions of just world beliefs include a belief in an unjust world, a belief in immanent justice, a belief in ultimate justice, the hope for justice, and the belief in one's ability to reduce injustice. The belief in an unjust world simply means a recognition of the existence of injustice. But then all the others are there to render the observer, to render the individual in charge, in control. In short, these are narcissistic defenses. Okay. Sometimes people have different beliefs in the personal and the public domain. So they say, I believe in a just world for myself, personal just world, but I don't believe in a just world in general, for others. And these beliefs are on the line, separating from mental health and mental illness. But I will not go into it right now. That's a lot to go into. Okay, a belief in a just world in general is good. It's necessary for mental health. It's associated with greater life satisfaction, well-being, and less depressive effect. The problem starts when a belief in a just world conflicts with behavior which is unjust, abusive, criminal. In short, when a belief in a just world leads to victim blaming or to narcissistic behaviors or psychopathic behaviors, then we transition from mental health to mental illness. Like everything else, a belief in a just world can be abused, is often abused by narcissists and psychopaths and so on. In itself, a belief in a just world is a coping strategy, a resource. It buffers stress associated with daily life. It reduces the trauma in traumatic events. It's a positive illusion, positive adaptation. You could even say it's a form of defense mechanism, a cognitive bias that protects you. Similar to grandiosity, which is a cognitive distortion that protects the narcissist from narcissistic injury. But it often degenerates into victim blaming and into entitled narcissism and into psychopathic behaviors, and that's where the problem starts. Okay. Another point which has to do with the belief in a just world is the internal locus of control. When you believe in a just world, there is a greater acceptance and less dissatisfaction with negative events in one's life, and that helps you maintain an internal locus of control. This relationship holds only for beliefs in a just world for oneself. Belief in a just world for others is related to all kinds of social phenomena, some of which are negative, for example, victim blaming that I mentioned before. Okay, I mentioned perpetrator moral injury. It's also known as perpetrator trauma, or perpetration, participation-induced traumatic stress, PITS. It occurs when symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder are caused by an act or acts which are considered morally reprehensible. It's very similar to moral injury, but it usually involves transgressions which produce more profound shame because they are more extreme. Now, trauma that is the outcome of misbehavior, trauma that is the outcome of criminal behavior, trauma that is the outcome of extreme misconduct is mentioned in the DSM-5. It says, when it defines PTSD, it says that there are causal factors for military personnel being a perpetrator, witnessing atrocities, or killing the enemy. So there is a recognition that people carry out acts which conflict with their essence so extremely that they develop trauma consequently. And moral injury is like narcissistic injury, and moral trauma is like mortification, let's say. Moral injury and especially moral trauma, produce a panoply of traumatic symptoms: intrusive imagery, dreams, flashbacks, unwanted thoughts, explosive anger, concentration and memory problems, and sleep problems, hypervigilance, a feeling of alienation, a sense of disintegration, and alcohol and cocaine use disorders. Alcohol and cocaine are by far the two substances most used in these cases, and dreams are affected, the contents of dreams. This results in cycles of violence, domestic violence, street crimes, emotional numbing, detachment, apathetic behavior, substance abuse I mentioned, and so on and so forth. All this mess is a part of a branch of psychology known as moral psychology. It's a field of study in philosophy and in psychology. And initially it was used to describe moral development, but today it refers more broadly to topics at the intersection of ethics, psychology, and philosophy of mind. Some of the main topics in moral psychology are moral judgment, moral reasoning, moral sensitivity, moral responsibility, moral motivation, moral identity, moral action, moral development, moral diversity, moral character, especially virtue ethics, altruism, psychological egoism, moral luck, moral forecasting, moral emotions, affective forecasting, moral disagreement, and so on and so forth. It's a thriving area, and I'm going to dedicate in the future several videos to the cognitive, mainly to the cognitive aspects of moral psychology. So I hope you understood where victim blaming is coming from, and how ironically it's connected to morality and moral injury, and the attempts to compensate for moral injury by becoming an a-hole, narcissist, or a psychopath. Do psychopaths have a conscience? Can narcissists be moral? Can psychopaths do the right thing because they feel guilt or shame or adhere to social mores and conventions like all of us? All of you. can narcissists act ethically? 25 years ago, I coined the phrase communal narcissist or pro-social narcissist. And I described a narcissist who is invested emotionally in being morally superior. But that's not the same thing. Even psychopaths can be pro-social and communal. Actually, I have a video on this channel which describes communal and pro-social psychopaths. Psychopaths who work for the greater good, are pillars of the community and benefit humanity. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm asking whether psychopaths can have this internal small voice, this overriding introject that tells them what you're doing is wrong. Don't do it. It's not okay. It shouldn't be this way. You don't have to do this. This voice is known as conscience, and it's the outcome of a process in childhood and adolescence known as socialization. Parents are agents of socialization. They bring to the child the values of society, and then the child internalizes these values and they become his. So, can we find psychopaths who have this small flickering voice that keeps telling them, don't do this, it's wrong? Can we find narcissists who have this introject that inhibits their actions, limits activities to socially commendable and condoned to the socially acceptable, sublimates their actions? Are there such things? And to be pro-social, to be communal, is to act in society in ways which are beneficial to others. But there's no inner conviction. The communal and pro-social narcissists and psychopaths don't have anything inside. They're empty anyhow. They don't have anything inside that compels them to act this way. They act this way because, I don't know, of appearances, because they want narcissistic supply, because they're afraid, because these are all ulterior motivations. These are all the wrong reasons to act in ways which are altruistic and charitable and loving and caring. Wrong reasons. You can do the right things for the wrong reasons. Conscience is the right reason. Conscience is the voice of society inside you. Your upbringing, your childhood environment that had conditioned you or shaped you into someone who doesn't harm others. Shockingly, the answer to the question, do psychopaths have conscience, is not decided and not clear. And today, I'm going to take you on a grand tour with the Vaknin daily dose of philosophy, psychology, history, and I'm doing all this to demonstrate how smart I am, not because I care about you. Conscience? What on earth is this? Okay, Shoshanim, my name is Sam Vaknin. I'm the author of Malignant Self-Love. You guessed it, Narcissism Revisited. And I'm a professor of psychology in various universities where suffering students are subjected to my diatribes and dogmatic indoctrination, also known as higher education. Okay, let's get to business and get serious. But before I go there, service announcement. I'm going to be in Romania, July 1st to July 11th. If you want to organize an event, questions and answers, I will do it free of charge. Just get in touch with me, assemble 20-30 people, find a venue, and I will be there. Also, I'm available for one-on-one, in-person counseling in Bucharest. I'm going to be in Bucharest. Okay. There is a psychologist, his name was Elliot Turiel, and he discovered that young children don't react the same to situations which involve morality. So, When one child hits another child, he reacts one way, and when he wears pajamas to school, he reacts another way. So Turiel made a distinction between morality that involves harm, not harming other people, not beating them up, not, morality that involves injustice and violation of right, and so conventional morality versus regular morality. So we have moral transgressions and conventional transgressions. Conventional transgressions is not behaving according to societal and cultural expectations. As I said, wearing pajamas to school. Moral transgression is harming other people, violating their rights and causing them injustice. Now this, Turiel's work with children, unleashed a hailstorm of studies, analysis, arguments, debates. Philosophers entered the fray, and they asked questions about the impact of culture on what constitutes a moral transgression. In some cultures, behaving against society's conventions is a moral transgression. Richard Schweder and Jonathan Haidt, H-A-I-D-T, they argued that Turiel's distinction between conventional transgressions and moral transgressions is not universal, because there are cultures, especially non-Western cultures, which regard a much wider range of behaviors as moral. They define many behaviors as misbehaviors, and because they're misbehaviors, they are immoral. So this sparked a huge debate about moral cognition in various cultures. And so at some point, people said, okay, we can debate this till doomsday comes. Let's do some empirical work. Let's go to ground. Let's go to seed. Let's see what's happening in reality with flesh and blood people. Is there really a distinction between moral and conventional transgression? Is there an internalized version of conscience? What is the moral responsibility of people? And so they decided to study psychopaths. When someone judges that an action is morally right or morally required thing to do, usually they go and do it. Like if you tell yourself, I ought to do this. This is what I should do. This is the right thing to do. In the majority of cases, you would go on, you would proceed to do it. Now that's not always true. For example, majority of people say that cheating in romantic relationships, adultery, extramarital affairs are wrong. And yet, huge portions of the population, some at the very least 40%, if not 60%, go on to cheat. But with the exception, with a few radical or extreme exceptions, in daily life, normal pedestrian traffic, meeting people, and so on, you are likely to follow the edicts and mores and morality which are embedded in your mind. If you say, this is morally right, this is the morally required thing to do, you're likely to follow it. But then why? It raises the question why. So there are two versions of why. There are two answers to this question. First answer is internalism. It's the belief that motivation is internal to moral judgment. Moral judgment itself motivates. All you need to have is moral judgment, and then the moral judgment will act. It doesn't need to be mediated through will or through desire. It's enough just to have moral judgment. This is internalism. Externalism says that moral motivation happens when a moral judgment combines with will and desire, and the content of the judgment is related to the content of the desire. So we rationalize the action. In other words, internalism says you have morality, it's embedded in your mind, and it tells you how to act. Externalism says you want to act in certain ways, and you use moral judgment to rationalize your actions, to justify them somehow. Okay? Internalism, externalism. And so Rosati wrote this. She says, debates between internalists and externalists often center on the figure of the amoralist, the person without morality, the person who apparently makes moral judgments while remaining wholly unmoved to comply with them. Can we find such a person? Someone who is aware of morality, knows to tell right from wrong, realizes that he should act in certain ways in order to not harm others, and then just doesn't care. Of course we can. It's called a psychopath or a narcissist. So internalists insist that the amoralist doesn't exist. Shockingly, by the way, in my view. There are whole groups of very, very venerable and respectable philosophers and psychologists who say that there is no such thing as an amoral person, the amoralist. Robert Hare, strangely, wrote the following: the person who appears to be making a moral judgment while remaining unmoved must really be speaking insincerely. She or he judges an act right only in inverted commas. So, Robert Hare says, psychopaths and narcissists are faking moral judgment. They don't really have it. They're just imitating. They're just emulating. They're just copying other people. They're copycats. I beg to differ, as I usually beg to differ with Robert Hare. I think his experience was so extremely and severely limited. He spent all of his professional career in prisons. And I don't think he has a real grasp of life. I'm terribly sorry. I would prefer Martha Stout, for example, and Hervey Cleckley to Robert Hare. Anyhow, some philosophers believe that psychopaths provide a prima facie challenge to this claim. Some philosophers say there are people who do have moral judgment and then just don't care enough to act on these moral judgments. Now, psychopaths, ironically, are diagnosed mostly using a test designed by Robert Hare in 1991, the PCLR test. These are individuals, psychopaths are individuals who appear to be cognitively totally normal, as distinct from the narcissist. Psychopaths don't have many or at all cognitive distortions. Narcissism is a fantasy defense, so it is based on falsifying reality and falsifying your self-image and self-perception via grandiosity. Narcissism is a massive cognitive distortion, while psychopaths are actually cognitively normal. Psychopaths don't have impaired reasoning abilities, which many narcissists do. The narcissist's ability to reason and to analyze cogently and rationally and so is damaged. He has a problem with this. Not so psychopaths. And psychopaths are aware of and seem able to comprehend moral rules, social cues, etc. They're actually very astute. They have the narcissist called empathy without the narcissist impediments to acting on his cold empathy, without cognitive biases, cognitive distortions, lack of reasoning, and so on. Narcissists are far inferior to psychopaths in their ability to function, actually, which causes a lot of confusion, especially online among self-styled experts. Okay, but again, as distinct from narcissists, psychopaths often engage in antisocial behavior. Few narcissists act antisocially. Few narcissists act against other people, and for the simple reason that narcissists depend on other people for narcissistic supply. The psychopath doesn't, so he doesn't care about other people. He has no guilt, he has no remorse, and his behavior is usually morally aberrant, morally deviant. That's the psychopath. Psychopaths apparently can and often do make moral judgments. They are great. Some of them are moralists, like they know moral theory and moral history of morality, and so on. But they're not motivated to follow up. They don't comply with the moral judgment. It's like the moral judgment is a piece of austere, sterile knowledge, which is not connected to their emotions, motivations, and so on. It remained like, reading about the composition of the sun, or I don't know, a history of the 14th century. It's like irrelevant. They have moral judgment, but it's just a text. And it's an overt text with no hidden text, in the sense that it doesn't motivate the psychopath to modify his behavior. And this presents a massive problem for internalism. Because internalism says if you have moral judgment, you're going to act. It's almost robotic, almost automatic. And here we have psychopaths. They have moral judgment, and they definitely do not act. Roskis in 2003 said that psychopaths appear to be walking counterexamples to internalism. So there was a paper published by the psychologist James Blair in 1995. He took the experiments of Turiel with children, the moral conventional distinction, the moral conventional task, and he applied these tests, which were originally designed for children. He applied these tests to incarcerated psychopathic offenders. So he selected psychopaths who were in prison, and they had average intelligence. And then he selected a control group of same offenses, but non-psychopathic offenders. All of these were charged, by the way, with murder or manslaughter, so serious offenders. So he had two groups, one of them psychopaths, one of them not, and he administered the Turiel test of moral conventional tasking to these two groups. The non-psychopathic offenders reacted in a way which social domain theories had predicted. In other words, they reacted like normal adults, even though these people were charged with murder and manslaughter and other very nice behaviors. When they were confronted with moral dilemmas and with non-conventional behavior, they recoiled. They said no. They put a boundary. They put a border. They modified their behavior. They reacted totally normally, like normal people. That's the non-psychopathic offenders. The psychopathic offenders were notably different. They responded in the same way to moral transgressions and to conventional transgressions. They saw no difference, for example, between killing someone and getting a parking ticket. For them, both these were wrong. But wrong just, cognitively. They just labeled it. They said, yeah, it's wrong. But there was no emotional reaction. Definitely no intention to modify behavior. They just labeled the thing wrong. And there were similar results where children were compared directly with children with conduct disorder, children with psychopathic tendencies, were compared to non-psychopathic children. And these non-psychopathic children, they had behavioral and emotional problems, but they didn't have conduct disorder. They were not children psychopaths. And it was again Blair in 1997, and he compared these two groups of children, and the results were more or less the same. So some authors said, okay, psychopaths do not have normal moral concepts. Their moral concepts are impaired. I refer you to literature articles by Prince in 2007, Schroeder and Roskis and Nichols in 2010, Nichols in 2004, etc. Everyone was saying because psychopaths react differently to other offenders, because psychopathic children react differently to non-psychopathic children, it must mean that something is wrong with their morality. Otherwise, they would have reacted the same. And so Kennett and Fine in 2007 summed it up and said, they do not mean what the rest of us mean when we are using moral terms, when we're using moral language. So when they say the word wrong, when psychopaths and narcissists use the word wrong, they actually mean something different They don't use the word wrong the way normal people do, healthy people do, socialized people do, the way non-psychopaths and non-narcissists do. Narcissists and psychopaths give different meaning to right and wrong, moral, immoral, should and ought. It's a different vocabulary, different dictionary. If this is right, then psychopaths do not really have moral judgment and they do not make moral judgment. And so there's no problem with internalism. Because internalism says moral judgment leads to moral action. And then if psychopaths have moral judgment and they don't act morally, then internalism is defunct, is wrong. But if psychopaths don't have moral judgment because they misinterpret and mislabel morality, they don't understand the word right the same way you do, they don't understand the word wrong the same way you do, so they don't have moral judgment, then internalism is okay. Because psychopaths and narcissists don't have moral judgment, they don't act morally. It's perfectly okay. But then in 2016, Kumar argued that Blair's results were either misinterpreted or overinterpreted. He said the studies of Blair indicate that psychopaths don't have a full grasp of moral concepts. That much is right. But Kumar said these studies didn't show that psychopaths completely fail to grasp moral concepts. So what Kumar said is, it's not that they mislabel or misinterpret moral concepts. It's that they have partial moral concepts. Psychopaths don't make full-fledged moral judgments. They do make proto-moral judgments, primitive, basic moral judgments. And so Kumar says that the implications of research on psychopaths is these implications are less straightforward than we had assumed. We need to be more subtle, more discerning, and more discriminate, said Kumar. Orskis in 2007 largely agreed. He argued that studies of psychopaths do not establish that they lack moral concepts or an adequate understanding of them, I'm quoting him, or that they are incapable of anything but moral judgments in an inverted comma sense. He said, no way, the Blair experiments are not showing this. Neil Levy argued that psychopaths ought to be, I'm quoting, ought to be excused moral responsibility for their wrongdoing because their failure to grasp the moral conventional distinction indicates that they do not understand what makes a moral norm moral. That was in 2007 as well. As you see, the debate was raging. People didn't know how to interpret the fact that psychopaths were using words like right and wrong, should and ought, on the one hand, and on the other hand, they were acting not in accordance to what they were saying. So there are two possibilities. Either they don't know what they're saying, or they know what they're saying and they don't care. Psychopaths know that their actions are widely perceived to be wrong. They know, well, when you murder someone, in most cases, when you murder someone that, everyone thinks it's wrong. But psychopaths are unable to grasp the distinctive nature, the essence, the significance of the wrongness of these actions. In other words, they know that they're doing something, they're acting in some way, they're being defiant or reckless, or they harm someone, or they defraud someone, or they con someone. They do bad things to people. And they know that almost all of humanity would regard this as wrong. But then when they try to interpret to themselves, first of all, why is it wrong? What is the distinctive nature of this act that renders it wrong? And what is the significance of an act being wrong? They come up short. They say, when I harm other people, it's wrong because it's against the rules. In other words, harming other people is not wrong because it's wrong to harm other people. It's bad. You shouldn't do it. They say it's bad because you shouldn't do it. They don't say it's bad, end of story. They say it's bad only because you shouldn't do it. In other words, breaking the rules is what makes an action wrong. For example, if there were no rule, if there were no law that says that you shouldn't murder people, then murdering people would not be wrong, according to a psychopath. According to a psychopath, only breaking the rules makes an act wrong. If there's no rule or law, then the act is not inherently wrong. So the psychopath doesn't recognize that there are choices, decisions, actions, acts, courses of action, which are inherently wrong. You don't need to be told that they are wrong. There doesn't have to be a rule or a law that says that they're wrong. It doesn't have to be actionable. You don't have to be persecuted in court. You don't have to. You just know that it's wrong. You don't do that. A psychopath doesn't understand that. He says, wait a minute. Let me see what society says. Society says it's wrong. For example, there's a law in the books, or there's a rule, spoken or unspoken. Society says it's wrong, then probably it's wrong. He has to look to others to derive the wrongness of his actions. For them, for the psychopath, to steal from someone, to kill someone, to hurt someone, is not more wrong than double parking, or line jumping, or going nude in the street. It's not moral. They're all equally wrong. Why they're all equally wrong? Because all of them violate the rules of society. And even then, it's wrong for society, because the narcissist and the psychopath, they are a law unto themselves. It's my way or the highway. I make my own rules. So yes, it's wrong, but it's wrong for society. Society says it's wrong. The kind and degree of wrongness, the blame that attaches to the infringement of rules, is very different than the much less significant kind and degree attaching to moral wrongs. In other words, the psychopath monitors, is there blame? Is there guilt? Is there possibility for punishment? He monitors this, and he doesn't care a fig, almost, whether what he's doing is morally wrong. The psychopaths, all offenses are conventional, never moral. That's the two real distinction. Psychopaths see everything as conventional wrong. I repeat, the kind and degree of wrongness, and therefore blame, that attaches to infringement of the rules is very different and usually much less significant than the kind and degree attaching to moral wrongs, because there are no moral wrongs, only conventional wrongs. There's only breaking the rules, not whether breaking the rules is wrong. Breaking the rules is wrong, but not whether the action that broke the rules is wrong. The action is neutral. Whatever the psychopath does is morally neutral. Only when society frowns upon it, criticizes the psychopath and punishes him, only then he would admit that in the eyes of society, what he had done is wrong. Nothing at all is serious, not even murder. The degree of responsibility is smaller, much smaller than for a normal agent. If a normal person kills someone, and if a psychopath kills someone, theoretically, we should hold the psychopath less accountable, because he is incapable of perceiving moral wrongs. He is capable of perceiving only conventional wrongs. He is capable of reacting like a domesticated or tamed or broken animal, reacting to reinforcements, positive and negative. He's very primitive. It's a binary machine. So if it's not his fault, if he's incapable of morality, in effect, I mean, why are we punishing him? And there are grounds for excusing psychopaths from morality altogether, said Levy in 2007. Levy, L-E-V-Y. Back to Fine and Kennett. Fine and Kennett actually reached a very similar conclusion. They said, while psychopathic offenders certainly appear to know what acts are prohibited by society or the law, and therefore know that their transgressions are legally wrong, they do not appear to have the capacity to judge an act to be morally wrong. We would argue that psychopathic offenders who fail to understand the distinction between moral wrongs and conventional wrongs cannot be considered to be moral agents. Now, that doesn't mean that psychopaths should not go to prison. They should, because they know that they had done something illegal. They had broken the law. But they don't have a corresponding reaction to the violation of a moral obligation. That's why they don't feel shame or guilt or remorse. Since Levy, Fine and Kennett, and others, they took moral responsibility to be necessary for criminal responsibility. They said that psychopaths are not criminally responsible. I beg to disagree, because the psychopath knows that what he's doing is punishable, is actionable. Society will punish him for this. He realizes this in advance, so the terms of the social contract are utterly clear, and the law is in the books. The psychopath chooses to defy society and to break the law, and so he should definitely be punishable. That he doesn't internalize this, that he has no guilt, no shame, and no remorse, has nothing to do with the legal aspect. Criminal responsibility has nothing to do with how you feel about it. So I disagree strongly with these scholars, and many others do. Maybaum, for example, in 2008, Vargas and Nichols in 2007, they noted that despite the apparent inability to distinguish moral from conventional transgressions, psychopaths are sensitive to the fact that there are norms prohibiting a wide range of behaviors and that violating these norms can lead to sanctions. So why shouldn't they be sanctioned? Maybaum said that this awareness is enough to establish both moral and criminal responsibility. Vargas and Nichols noted that, I'm quoting, we do think it is appropriate to blame and punish transgressors of conventional rules. End of story, whether they're psychopaths or not. Why, they ask, is this not enough to blame and punish psychopaths? And they're right, 2007. David Shoemaker, 2011, was very skeptical generally about drawing any conclusions about the moral and criminal responsibility of psychopaths based on the studies of Blair. He drew attention to critiques of the work of Turiel and his tradition by Nissan, Nissan, to 1987, Haid, Kohler and Diaz, 1993, Kelly and others in 2007, and so on. There's a whole debate about the Turiel work. Shoemaker said that judgments about the seriousness of a transgression, they play a central role in Blair's version of the moral conventional task. Shoemaker challenges the assumption that moral transgressions are judged to be more serious than conventional transgressions. He said that some conventional transgressions can be actually so serious that they're even more serious than moral transgressions. And there are many moral transgressions which are minor. He said, Blair said that all moral transgressions are more serious than conventional transgressions. To remind you, conventional transgressions mean breaking the expectations and rules and mores of society. So Blair said that they are inferior, they are less serious than moral transgressions. And Shoemaker notes correctly that it depends. Shoemaker makes reference to a study by Elizabeth Fitton, Fitton, and Anne Dowker. And these two controlled for seriousness. They rated the seriousness of the moral transgressions and the conventional transgressions. And they found, and I'm quoting, when the so-called conventional transgressions matched the so-called moral transgressions in perceived seriousness, normal children failed to differentiate the domains in terms of rule contingency, perceived obligations, and the justifications used. These children tended to judge that the conventional behaviors were more obligatory than the moral behaviors, which is pretty interesting. In other words, when seriousness or ranking of seriousness was introduced, even normal children reacted as psychopaths do. They considered conventional transgressions to be more important than moral ones. Take into account that children and adolescents value peer pressure and peer input and peer feedback more than parental input, more than morality. So here we see a situation where what their peers have to say, what society as represented by the peer group has to say, matters to children and adolescents and renders them clinically psychopaths because they are more reactive to conventions than to morality. They consider obeying conventions, following conventions, much more important than following morality. And so there was a paper that Shoemaker presented in 2002, as early as 2002, in the Mosaic Conference in Liverpool, of all places, titled Qualitative and Quantitative Dimensions of Domain Differentiation. A delightful read with your morning coffee. Back to Shoemaker. His skepticism about the philosophical importance of Blair's findings was reinforced a year later by work by Aharoni and colleagues, an Israeli. They undertook a conceptual replication of Blair's prisoner study. They used a modified version of the moral conventional task test, and they focused on authority independence. They also used the forced choice format to minimize strategic responding or manipulative responses. So the study was very interesting. The construction of the study was very interesting. Aharoni and his associates, they selected 109 incarcerated criminal offenders. Mind you, in Blair's original work, there were only 10 psychopathic participants and 10 non-psychopaths. In Aharoni's studies, there were 109. And to assess the level of psychopathy for each inmate participant, they used, how else, Hare's revised PCLR, revised psychopathy checklist. But they also applied two other measures, two other tests. The crucial finding was that total psychopathy score did not predict performance on the moral conventional task. So they have demolished Blair and his work. Aharoni and his allies concluded that contrary to earlier claims, which is a polite way of saying, Blair was talking nonsense, contrary to earlier claims, insufficient data exists to infer that psychopathic individuals cannot know what is morally wrong. Today, we tend to think that psychopaths know damn well what is morally wrong, know what is conventionally wrong, and they just don't care. They're defiant, they're contumacious, they hate authority. It's my way or the highway. I make my own rules as I go along. So it seems that psychopaths do have moral judgment and don't act on it. That invalidates completely the internalism approach. The moral and conventional tool, Turiel's tool, is not the only one that psychologists have, and not the only one that psychologists have used to explore deficits in moral reasoning. There's a survey of literature by Borg and Sinot Armstrong, 2013, and they review the findings of studies with psychopaths using the moral conventional task and 5 other tools. And the conclusion is problematic. It's not clear. The studies support a tentative and qualified conclusion. If psychopaths have any deficits or abnormalities in their moral judgments, these deficits are very subtle, much more subtle than what could be expected or inferred from their blatantly antisocial abnormal behavior. In other words, if you just observe psychopaths in the wild, Psychopaths in prison, if you just observe them, they behave as if they have no clue what is morality. They kill, they steal, they defraud, you name it. They don't care. It's like they have no moral judgment. But when you test them using Blair's own methodologies and Turiel's own tests and 5 other measures, when you test them, you discover that they're actually pretty nuanced. Psychopaths are pretty nuanced, pretty subtle when it comes to morality. They do have moral judgments. The deficits or abnormalities in their moral judgment is difficult to discern, difficult to find out. It suggests that, I'm quoting, psychopaths might not have any specific deficits in moral cognition, despite their differences in moral action, moral emotion, and empathy. So what do we make of all this? It seems that the problem is not a lack of moral judgment, but a lack of empathy. If you have only moral judgment and no empathy, you are not motivated to act on your moral judgment. The internalists were wrong about this. You need will and desire. Externalism is 100% right. Internalism is 100% wrong. But where internalism perhaps got it right, partly, is that it's all an internal process. Moral judgment is mediated to the will and desire. It becomes a motivation, a moral motivation, via empathy. There are many different versions of morality and of moral tasks. It's difficult to compare all of them. But we can say that the moral cognition of children and psychopaths, 2 comparable groups and 2 very similar groups, is such that as their empathy evolves, their moral cognition, moral judgment would tend to translate into action. And they would wish to act this way. They would have a will and desire to act this way. And since children do evolve empathy, but psychopaths don't, we see this breakdown, this divorce in the case of psychopaths. Their moral judgment is intact. In my view, fully. The moral cognition is perfect. But they have no empathy. So it cannot be mediated. It cannot be transmitted to the outside. It doesn't generate a will and desire to act morally. So they don't. No empathy means they don't regard other people as people, but as production units, instruments, tools. The lack of empathy means they cannot develop a theory of mind. They cannot conceptualize other people's separate existence. And consequently, morality is meaningless to them. It's just an exercise in futility, intellectual futility. Because if there's nobody out there, if everyone around you is just a 2D cardboard cutout or an avatar or a tool or an instrument or an extension, then morality loses its meaning, because morality is about recognizing the separate existence of the other, the similarity of the other to you, and the fact that therefore you should not cause harm. Do no harm is the essence of moral cognition and moral judgment. But do no harm to who, says the psychopath? There's nobody out there. Victims of narcissistic abuse are often shocked and disoriented. And if you listen carefully to the litany of their complaints, the stream and river of the hurt and pain, you realize that their arguments fall into 3 categories. There is the shock of the amoral or the immoral. The behavior of the narcissist is perceived as beastly, animalistic, beyond the pale. Then there is a transactional argument. I've done so much for her. I've sacrificed a lot, and yet this is the way she is repaying my kindness. And finally, there is the verisimilitude or the empathy-based complaint. I'm human, he is human, and yet he is behaving in a beastly, animalistic manner. He is being inhuman. Indeed, here is another dimension which sets narcissists and psychopaths apart from the rest of humanity and even undermines and challenges their self-imputed attribution as human beings. Narcissists and psychopaths are devoid of morality. No trace of it, no hint, no shade, nothing, no morality there. And these are the only two groups of people who are absolutely immaculate when it comes to morality, cleansed of it. And today we're going to discuss, how does this come about? How is it possible to grow up from child to adult and remain throughout untouched by ethics, by morality, and by others? I would like to start with a quote from a renowned psychopath and narcissist. "Providence has ordained that I should be the greatest liberator of humanity. I am freeing men from the restraints of an intelligence that has taken charge, from the dirty and degrading self-mortifications of a false vision called conscience and morality. The 10 Commandments have lost their validity. Conscience is a Jewish invention. It is a blemish, exactly like circumcision." And yes, you guessed right. This was written by Adolf Hitler. So Hitler verbalized the eternal conflict unto death between the narcissistic psychopath or the narcissist and morality and conscience. Before we go further, let's discuss the term psychopathy a bit. Psychopathy comes from a German word. It's a translation of a German word. And the first use of this German word is generally credited to a psychiatrist by the name of Koch in 1888. Ironically, psychopathy means literally a suffering soul. So one of the first medical professionals to describe psychopaths was the French doctor Philippe Pinel. In 1806, Pinel described a condition which he called maniaque sans délire, insanity without delirium. One of the students of Pinel was Jean-Étienne Dominique Esquirol, and he called it la folie raisonnante, the rational madness. Benjamin Rush described it as moral derangement. Moral insanity was another popular term. It was used in the United States and England throughout the 1800s and the early 1900s. So early on, when psychopathy has first been captured by diagnosticians, first described, it was intimately and inextricably linked to issues of morality or the lack of morality or moral insanity or moral deficit of some kind, deficiency in morality and in character. Now, this term, psychopathy, gained traction gradually. And in the first third of the 1900s, it rose to prominence. And then it has been replaced by sociopathy. Sociopathy is a term which made its first appearance in the 1930s. And for a very long time, a few decades, clinicians all over the world were using psychopathy and sociopathy interchangeably. Even in academic studies, scholars, academic papers, and textbooks, sociopathy and psychopathy were essentially synonyms. Actually, there was a preference for sociopathy because people confused psychopathy with psychosis. So scholars preferred, especially when communicating with the public through the media, scholars preferred to use the term sociopathy. And to this very day, you have books like The Sociopath, Next Door, by Martha Stout. Be that as it may, the term evoked behaviors which are largely the product of the environment. Sociopathy implied that there is some problem in interacting with and within society. Psychopathy, on the other hand, began to be gradually linked to genetic issues, to brain abnormalities, both functional and structural, developmental regression or developmental arrest, and so on and so forth. So psychopathy became more and more a biological entity, while sociopathy became more and more a moral derangement, a moral insanity, a problem of character as it is manifested in social functioning or lack thereof. Much later, in 1980, the DSM, the third edition of the DSM, introduced the term antisocial personality disorder. So this is the background. Now, in 1958, there was a guy, his name was Kohlberg. And Kohlberg was a student of Jean Piaget. Jean Piaget was a Swiss psychologist, child psychologist, and the father of modern child psychology, together with Anna Freud on the one hand and Erikson on the other hand. All three disagreed about almost everything, and yet together, put together, they provide a perfect picture of the emerging child and how the child gradually becomes an adult. In 1958, Kohlberg designed a series of experiments or studies. He wrote down, he composed moral dilemmas, and then he tested children. He read out these moral dilemmas to children and asked them how they would have behaved in the situations described in the vignettes. And I will tell you about one of these. It's called Heinz's Dilemma. And this is the story, the short story, written by Kohlberg and presented to the children. Heinz, as implied by the name, is a character who lives somewhere in Europe. Heinz's wife was dying from a particular type of cancer. Doctors said that a new drug might save her. The drug has been discovered by a local chemist, and Heinz tried desperately to buy some of the drug, but the chemist was charging 10 times the money it had cost to make the drug, and this was much more than Heinz could afford. Heinz could only raise half the money, even after help from family and friends. Heinz explained to the chemist that his wife was dying and asked if he could have the drug cheaper or if he could pay the rest of the money later. The chemist refused, saying that he had discovered the drug and was going to make a lot of money from it. The husband was desperate to save his wife, so later that night he broke into the chemist's and stole the drug. And the question that Kohlberg presented to the children, to the, in my view, befuddled children, should Heinz have broken into the laboratory to steal the drug for his wife? Why should he? Or why shouldn't he have acted this way? Kohlberg asked the children, should Heinz have stolen the drug? Would it change anything if Heinz did not love his wife? What if the person dying was a stranger to Heinz? Would it have made any difference? Should the police arrest the chemist for murder if the woman were to die? Should the police arrest Heinz for breaking into the pharmacy and stealing the drug? And so on and so forth. Gradually, by introducing this story and many others to children in a wide range of ages, Kohlberg came up with a theory of moral development, the development of morality. But before we go into the details of the theory and apply them to the disturbed or disrupted development of narcissists and psychopaths, before we go there, it's important to understand a few philosophical tenets or pillars of Kohlberg's work. First of all, there's the issue of disequilibrium. Moral dilemmas, moral issues, present a series of problems that create a sense of dissonance. That's why they are called dilemmas. Limitations, the breakdown of reasoning, emotional thinking, conflicting moral edicts and principles, and so on and so forth. So the morality is based on disequilibrium. Morality is precarious. Morality is always on the verge of tumbling and disintegrating. That was the first insight of Kohlberg. And morality, additionally, is not something that emanates from the inside, at least not originally. It is an act of emulation or imitation or mimicry, being exposed to other people's points of view, role models, parental figures, even influential peers. These are the influences that shape morality. So morality is more of an external phenomenon rather than an internal phenomenon. It is imposed from the outside. It is imported. It's very reminiscent of what Lacan had suggested, that the unconscious is actually the sum total of the speech or language of other people. And of course, when we talk about conscience, the conscience is a cluster of introjects, a group of voices, and these voices help the person tell right from wrong. The conscious is intimately linked, communicating with the ego, because the ego is the reality principle. If you were to act in a certain way, you would have to bear the consequences, for example. Okay, we'll come to it a bit later. So, morality in Kohlberg's work is the outcome of interactions. It's relational. It's about perspective and about perception. And it entails the deep and repetitive involvement of many others. Now, Kohlberg differentiated between 3 levels of morality and 6 phases grouped into these 3 levels. The first level is the pre-conventional level. And the first stage in the first level is avoiding punishment. Moral reasoning is based on direct consequences. I'm going to do A, I'm going to be punished. I'm going to do B, I'm going to be rewarded. So I'm going to do A. It's a form of very primitive operant conditioning. Stage 2 in level 1 is the self-interest stage. Actions are seen in terms of rewards rather than moral value. So I would tend to choose B as a course of action because of the reward, because it's gratifying somehow, because I'm going to be praised or I'm going to end up with a prize. The issue is that I don't have any moral compass or moral guidelines. There is no morality involved here. It's again a form of operant conditioning, kind of reinforcement, positive reinforcement for action type B, negative reinforcement for action type A. It's very primitive, and in principle, it's totally applicable to animals, not only to human beings. The pre-conventional level is actually universal, and it crosses the species barrier. But then we begin to become human, and we transition to the second level, the conventional level. Stage 3 in the conventional level is the good boy attitude. Good behavior is about living up to social expectations and roles. These expectations and roles are communicated via the twin processes of socialization and acculturation via socialization agents like mother and father, role models, figures in the mass media, in social media, influencers, and so on and so forth. Society begins to intrude upon the formation of morality and shapes it big time. The child at this stage is asking himself, this behavior, is it socially acceptable? And behaviors which are not socially acceptable are sublimated. They're converted into other types of behaviors which are socially acceptable. The child begins to fulfill specific roles in accordance with scripts, social scripts, and later sexual scripts. Roles such as gender roles, the role of a child, a son or a daughter, the role of a boyfriend, etc. So roles, role play enters the game here. The next stage, stage number 4, is the law and order morality. Moral reasoning considers societal laws and regulations. Everything is rigid and strict, enforced from the outside via law enforcement institutions. And morality is reactive to this information, the constraints and the constrictions of law and order. The next level, so this is the conventional. The next level is the post-conventional level. Stage 5 is the social contract. Rules are seen as social agreements that can be changed when necessary. So rules are negotiable. They reflect a consensus. And such consensus is always ephemeral, is always transient, always reflects the exigencies and the constraints of the environment. Everything now is environmental, and everything now is the outcome of coalition building, game theory considerations, collaboration, opposition, and so on and so forth. In short, morality becomes a social play, in effect. And the final stage, and the most advanced, is the stage of universal principles. Moral reasoning is based on universal ethical principles and justice, which appear to be, at least, immutable and divorced from environmental influences, other people's opinions, consensus, coalition building, other game theoretical considerations, and so on. These are non-negotiable rules. For example, thou shalt not kill is a universal moral principle, not dependent upon a period in history, upon context, upon a specific society, cultural specifications, and so on and so forth. Of course, almost no one attains level 6 because society itself disincentivizes us, does not allow us to progress there. If you were to follow level 6 to its logical conclusion, ad absurdum, if you wish, then you would never be able to be a soldier. Because thou shalt not kill, period. It's universal, it's immutable, it's non-negotiable, it's non-transformable, that's the way it is. So you're not allowed to kill another person, and maybe even animals. And so you can't be a soldier. So society frowns upon stage 6. Society, on the very contrary, tries to render morality very malleable, very transitory, very socially determined. Okay, so this is the picture, and in a minute we'll discuss other scholars and thinkers which followed Kohlberg and built a whole edifice on his work. But first, let's revert to our favorite characters, the narcissist and the psychopath, Humpty and Dumpty. Here's the shocking truth. The narcissist and the psychopath not only fail to progress from stage 1 to stage 2 and from stage 2 to stage 3, and yes, these stages are cumulative and they're dependent on each other. You cannot transition directly to stage 4. You have to go through stage 1 and 2 and 3 to get there. Well, narcissists and psychopaths never even begin the trip. They never even develop stage 1. The narcissist and the psychopath are devoid of empathy, at least emotional empathy. They have something that I dubbed cold empathy, a combination of reflexive and cognitive empathy. They don't regard, at least the narcissist doesn't regard other people as separate or external. Both the narcissist and the psychopath regard other people as pets, instruments, tools of gratification, useful abstractions, idealized images, figments in a fantasy, participants in a paracosm, anything but human beings. Moreover, because the narcissist and the psychopath, especially the narcissist, the psychopath much less so, but the narcissist, has an impaired reality testing, the narcissist is unable to connect his actions to the consequences of his actions. The psychopath, on the other hand, from a very early age, usually diagnosed with a conduct disorder, the psychopath is defiant, contumacious, rejects and hates authority, and reckless. So the narcissist will not avoid punishment, will not even transition to stage 1. Remember stage 1 in Kohlberg's scheme? Stage 1 is the avoidance of punishment. Stage 2 is self-interest. To remind you, according to Kohlberg, the child's moral reasoning initially, stage 1, is based on punishment, on direct consequences of the child's actions. The child anticipates and foresees and predicts punishment, and to avoid it, he imposes constraints and limitations and restrictions on his own behavior. Similarly, a bit later, in stage 2, the child begins to weigh his options, his behavioral options, to weigh them in terms of punishment and reward. And the child tends to gravitate towards the rewards. Not only children, but even animals do this. There are only two exceptions, the narcissist and the psychopath. Narcissists and psychopaths are not responsive to punishments and to rewards, to positive reinforcement and to negative reinforcements. They can never be conditioned in this sense. And in the case of the narcissist, it's because he is not embedded in reality. He is subject or a victim of a fantasy defense gone haywire. So the narcissist is unable to connect his actions to the consequences of his actions. The psychopath regards punishment as divorced completely from his actions. That's why psychopaths always feel that their punishment is unjust. They feel discriminated against. They feel that other people are punishing them and they shouldn't. Because the psychopath believes that the authority or the institution or the person who is punishing them only because they can. Psychopaths have no concept of justice. The actions of the psychopaths should not bring about punishment. And if they do, the punishment has nothing to do with the actions. It's just a display of power, brute, raw power. So psychopaths cannot make the link, absolutely cannot form the link between misconduct, misbehavior, and misdeeds, and crimes, and punishment. These, in their minds, are totally unrelated events and reflect the power matrix. The police is more potent and stronger than the psychopath, so of course they punish the psychopath because they can, because they have weapons, because aggression and violence are normal modes of communication and interrelatedness in the psychopath's world. And so the narcissist and the psychopath fail to develop stages 1 and 2 because they are unable to create an internal working model which incorporates information about the world, information about themselves, and information about other minds, something that is known as theory of mind. This failure to develop an internal working model is the outcome of an earlier failure to come up with a constellated, integrated self, or what Freud used to call ego. Narcissists and psychopaths don't have a self. They don't have an ego. They don't have any coordinating authority or coordinating function, executive function, which puts together all the various self-states within a coherent narrative. They don't have this. They're not cohesive. They are kaleidoscopic. They're fragmented. So they experience their own lives as dissociated and disjointed. And so they can't see. There's no causation. There's no cause and effect in the narcissists and psychopaths' lives and minds. A doesn't lead to B necessarily. Crime doesn't lead to punishment necessarily. It could and does happen that A and B co-occur. So even if B follows A on a regular basis, in the psychopath's mind, it doesn't mean that A causes B, or that B is somehow related to A in a highly correlated manner. There's no correlation, let alone causation. Everything is just a hodgepodge of totally random events. So they don't even enter stage 1 and 2. And of course, consequently, they never graduate to stages 3, 4, 5, and 6. Narcissists and psychopaths, therefore, have not a single vestige of morality. Not self-interested morality, not operant conditioned morality, not social contract morality, not principled morality, philosophical morality, not type of morality whatsoever. Not even the kind of morality that is helpful to themselves. Not even the kind of morality that is likely to render the narcissist and the psychopath more self-efficacious. Not even the kind of morality that is fake and intended to manipulate people. Not even the kind of morality that is intended to avoid punishment. Not even the kind of morality that it is intended to elicit rewards and outcomes that are favorable to the narcissist or the psychopath. No morality, period. No conception of morality. Because morality rests on two pillars: the existence of others as separate external entity equal to oneself morally, and cause and effect. Both these pillars crumble in narcissism and psychopathy. The narcissist and the psychopath, especially the narcissist, are unable to perceive other people. The narcissist cannot perceive other people as external or separate to himself, and the psychopath cannot perceive other people as equal to himself. And both of them, the narcissist and the psychopath, cannot link, cannot connect events in a causal chain. They cannot form chains of being, chains of cause and effect. They don't see how their actions might trigger responses and reactions from the environment. They just can't see it. They don't understand that if they misbehave, if they commit a crime, they're likely to be punished. It never crosses their minds. The punishment is going to come, and when it does, the narcissist and psychopath perceive the punishment as an isolated event that had no antecedents and no precedents. And similarly, good actions, good choices, good decisions, benevolence, altruism, charitable actions. The narcissist and the psychopath cannot see how these actions accrue and lead to some favorable social outcome. When narcissists and psychopaths act pro-socially, communally, and charitably and altruistically, it's not because they expect society to reward them somehow. It's because they are in the throes of obtaining narcissistic supply or securing some goal. In short, these are automated procedures, automated routines intended to manipulate the environment into specific outcomes, but not in the sense of desert. I deserve this. I'm a good person. I acted in accordance to my morality and my ethics, and therefore I deserve to be praised or rewarded in some way. On the other hand, I'm a bad person. I acted immorally or even criminally, and I deserve to be punished. There's no desert. There's no concept of desert. And so there's no morality in narcissism and psychopathy. All the discussions and conversations and scholarly papers and arguments, not to mention nonsensical videos by YouTube self-styled experts that discuss issues of morality when it comes to narcissism. How could he have done this? This is so immoral, so unbelievable, so inhuman, so beyond the pale, so shocking. So all this is utter nonsense. The narcissist and psychopath lack the basic apparatus of social functioning. Morality is just a form of conforming socially. Now, Kohlberg's work dates back to 1958, as I said. But it is still very much relevant. It's quite brilliant, actually. And so there are many contemporary scholars who are still in the process of developing the framework, Kohlberg's framework. They're not using anymore Kohlberg's methods. They don't present children with morality tales or moral dilemmas that the children can never grasp. I mean, for example, the story of Heinz and his wife and the chemist what child can truly grasp? These children have never been married. They haven't fallen in love yet, and they definitely don't understand the meaning of intellectual property, and perhaps why is it morally unjustified to break into the pharmacy and steal. So age-appropriate narratives are used today to study moral experience and moral development in children. So, for example, there's work by Tappan, T-A-P-P-A-N, starting in 1996, and they use this group of psychologists. They use a narrative approach, and they regard morality as a story. People construct stories, and then they build identities around moral experiences. There's moral accrual. There's an accretion of moral events or events that precipitated moral dilemmas and the resolution of moral dilemmas. The more experienced you are at exercising your moral muscles, the more likely morality will get integrated with your identity. And this is, of course, part and parcel of the social-cultural tradition of examining identity in social context. It's a kind of school in modern psychology. It's a contextualized understanding of moral development. There are others. There's Colby and Damon's, starting in the early 1990s. They did empirical research, and they used in-depth life story interviews to study moral situations, moral examples, moral dilemmas. They asked people, how did you act in specific situations? They analyzed moral causes, moral principles. And so their work was not hypothetical. It wasn't based on hypothetical dilemmas or even narratives, but they simply asked people, how did you behave? Real moral challenges and commitments and the behaviors that ensued. And then there was Walker and Pitts, again starting in the 1990s. They also interviewed people and asked them to discuss real life moral situations or moral dilemma situations. And so there's a tendency today to move from hypothetical dilemmas to real life narratives and to contextualize morality in the framework of society and culture, not to regard it as a standalone thing that develops independent of society and culture, but as an artifact or an outcome of social interaction. And this is, of course, another deficit when it comes to narcissists and psychopaths. Narcissists and psychopaths are not embedded in society. They never interact with society. They have very disrupted socialization. They have extremely arrested acculturation. They are loners in the most existential sense of the word. The narcissist is unable to perceive other people as external and separate. And therefore, the narcissist inhabits a fantastic inner space. The narcissist therefore has zero experience in social interactions and never faces moral dilemmas because he doesn't recognize the existence of others. The psychopath, on the other hand, rejects wholesale the very concept of society, its laws, its regulations, its mores. He rejects all this. He's contumacious, he's defiant. And the psychopath has a basic failure in causality, in connecting actions to consequences. And so he acts recklessly. He's very self-destructive and self-defeating, not because he doesn't seek to maximize or to optimize his favorable outcomes, but because he's incapable of doing this. So both of them have extreme social deficits, which would explain why they are amoral in the best case, and in many cases immoral and criminal. Now, Rest, a guy by the name of Rest and the colleagues, they've developed a theoretical model. A psychologist by the name of Rest and colleagues, they've developed a theoretical model. They moved beyond Kohlberg's stage-based approach. The model, Rest's model, outlines 4 components of moral behavior: moral sensitivity, moral judgment, moral motivation, and moral character. So Rest suggested that for the moral judgment component, individuals use moral schemas rather than progress through discrete stages of moral reasoning. Schemas are generalized knowledge structures. They include beliefs and values and cognitions and emotions and experience and so on. Schemas help us to interpret information, situations, the environment. And so an individual usually has multiple schemas, and each scheme is available to tackle another aspect of existence. Inevitably, there are also moral schemas whose role is to tackle moral dilemmas and moral decision making and moral choices. So this is not limited to any specific developmental stage. We develop or evolve schemas and they remain with us for life. And some examples of moral schemas that Rest and his colleagues proposed included personal interest schema, which focused on individual interests and preferences. Maintaining norms schema emphasizes following rules and norms and so on and so forth. And post-conventional schema considers moral ideals and principles. So Rest regarded development as movement not to higher reasoning stages. He didn't regard it as acquiring additional, more complex reasoning, but additional, more complex schemas. Lower schemas are not replaced as they are. I mean, in Kohlberg, each stage is a successor to the previous stage. There is a cumulative effect in Kohlberg's scheme. You can't transition to phase 4 before you have gone through phases 1, 2, and 3. So this is the cumulative effect. But in schema theory, the schemas accrue. It's like archaeology. There are layers of schemas. And so the higher order schemas complement lower order schemas. Lower schemas are not replaced, but they're augmented, so to speak. The schema concept is preferable, in my view at least, to the stage model. Because Kohlberg's stage model is very rigid and not very responsive to changing contexts and fluid environments, while schemas are much more flexible and they allow us to integrate social factors into moral reasoning on the fly, which is much more, it's similar to my approach that man is a river, not a pond. The kinetic element in psychology is missing. We tend to regard people as inert snapshots. It's very narcissistic. And schema therapy compensates for this. Now, Kohlberg never claimed that there would be a one-to-one correspondence between thinking and acting. What we say and what we think don't always translate to what we do. But he did suggest that there is some link between, our thoughts, our cognitions, and our beliefs, and our speech acts, commitments via speech acts, and our essential actions. B in 1994 suggested that we need to take into account habits that people develop over time, whether people see situations as demanding participation. Sometimes you are witness to an event or an occurrence, and you don't feel that you have to participate, or you're even afraid to participate. You're afraid of the consequences of participating. There's the issue of costs and benefits of behaving in a particular way. And there's always competing motives. There is this assumption that moral motivation is dominant, is superior, is likely to repress and suppress all the alternatives. And that is wrong. That is absolutely wrong. Peer pressure, for example, overrides moral reasoning very often. Just ask the Nazi SS or the Nazi Party, where peer pressure, mob psychology, ochlocracy, the rule of the mob, overrode the morality, the bourgeoisie middle-class Catholic morality of many of the Germans involved. Self-interest very often overrides moral principles, even socially dictated moral principles, not only universal moral principles. So moral reasoning and the evolution of moral reasoning are one component, one ingredient, one element in moral behavior. Moral behavior is dictated by many extra-moral, non-moral issues. As I mentioned, peer pressure, personal interest. Sometimes there's a conflict, a deontic or axiological conflict, a conflict of values. So two moral values conflict. For example, thou shalt not kill, and thou shalt defend your homeland. Thou shalt not steal, Heinz, but your wife is dying. So we need to be a lot more flexible. This is another point where the narcissist and the psychopath are likely to fail. They are rigid structures. The narcissist personality is chaotic, is totally disorganized. As I said, there's no headquarters, there's no coordinating authority, there's no cohesion, no core identity. True. To compensate for this, the narcissist imposes extreme rigidity on himself, on his missing self, on his inner landscape, on his internal objects. Extreme discipline, Prussian rigidity. And so this prevents a narcissist from acting, from improvising, from acting on the fly, from being reactive to changing challenges, environments, countervailing information, and so on. Narcissist is therefore unlikely to be moral, because morality is the exercise of judgment in changing circumstances so as to restore good and to avoid or undo evil. The German phrase is gut Wiedermachung. So, and the narcissist doesn't have this. The psychopath has the capacity for this, but doesn't care to exercise it, because he holds the very question of morality in complete disdain. He holds people and the institutions they create and their societies and cultures in the most profound contempt imaginable. The psychopath's life, as Harvey Cleckley has observed, is about rejection. Psychopathy could easily be renamed rejection disorder or rejecting personality disorder. Psychopath rejects. The narcissist withdraws. The narcissist avoids reality. The narcissist escapes into fantasy. It's a rigid fantasy. He's entrapped in the fantasy. He's the hostage of the fantasy, and therefore is unable to act morally in changing social environments and in accordance with ever-shifting demands. He is a kaleidoscope inside, but the narcissist is never kaleidoscopic outside. The psychopath, on the other hand, has the capacity to act, to play act, to pretend, to fake, and he often does. But he would never act truly morally. Ultimately, even when the psychopath acts morally, it's bound to be for an immoral end, for an amoral goal, something devoid of morality or criminal. The narcissist is incapable of acting morally even if he wanted to. So, in some ironic way, the narcissist is even more amoral than the psychopath, although the narcissist is less immoral and much less criminalized than the psychopath. This is a mental map, psychological topography that is solipsistic. The narcissist is the only denizen in his own demented fantasy, and the psychopath is the only person endowed with rights which impose commensurate obligations on others. No one else is equal to the psychopath. No one else deserves the same treatment, consideration. No one else is entitled the way the psychopath is. The narcissist is also entitled, but not the way the psychopath is. A narcissist would try to cajole, to coerce, to convince, to persuade, to bribe other people, to manipulate them somehow into providing him with what he needs under his conception of entitlement. The psychopath would just kill people. Just simply trample over them, destroy them. He wouldn't bother to manipulate them or he would just go ahead and take what he wants, utterly disregarding any opposition, crushing everything in his way. So Lawrence Kohlberg's stages of moral development was the first attempt to provide a comprehensive stage theory of moral development. Erikson, I've dealt with Erikson in a video which I posted a few days ago, by the way. Erikson's proposed an 8-stage lifespan development theory. Kohlberg confined himself to moral development and relied very heavily about Jean Piaget's theory of moral judgment in children, some work that Piaget published in 1932. The problem I have with both Piaget and Kohlberg is that their work is cognitive. They rely 100% on cognition. There is no place in Kohlberg's theory to emotions. It's as if emotions don't play a role in morality. Morality is the derivative of a thinking process. Morality is a kind of decision, a kind of choice. People analyze rationally whether some behavior is right or wrong, rewarding or punishing, likely to yield a reward or likely to lead to punishment. People are very rational optimizing agents. People are not like that. And morality is definitely not like that. I would even venture to say that morality is much more emotional, informed much more by emotions than by cognitions, which would explain why narcissists and psychopaths don't have any morality. None whatsoever. Not even a hint, not even a whiff, not even a wisp, not even a tendril of morality. Nothing there. One of the main reasons for this is that they have no emotions. The psychopath and the narcissist are able to access only negative emotions, especially the narcissist. Envy, anger, rage, hatred, negative affectivity. Morality is constructed on mostly positive affectivity, such as love, the emotional correlates of empathy, and so on. Some negative affectivity feeds into morality, for example, righteous indignation, or emotional reactions to justice, something that Kohlberg neglected in his work, although his work is founded on the concept of justice. In Kohlberg's work, justice is totally cognitive, which is not true. Anyone who's been in a court of law knows that justice is mostly emotional, not cognitive. And narcissists don't do emotions, so they don't do morality, so they don't do justice, so they don't do other people and other people's needs and wishes and dreams and priorities and preferences, and above all, other people's rights. Other people don't exist for them. They don't exist for them. As far as a psychopath is concerned, other people are instruments or obstacles. As far as a narcissist is concerned, other people are internal objects. They're either idealized or devalued, the secretary. That's all. End of story. There's nothing else. So Kohlberg's emphasis on how one chooses, decides cognitively, rationally, to respond to a moral dilemma is very lacking. It misses the element of emotion, but it also misses the element of actual action, behavioral choices. So there's a lot to argue with in Kohlberg's work. There have been many criticisms of his studies, that, for example, they are male-oriented. He didn't bother to talk to girls, only to boys. That it's it's founded only on justice and not, for example, on caring or compassion or empathy, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of criticism of his work, and I would advise you to look at the work of Carl Gilligan, for example, if you want to go further. I want to summarize for you Kohlberg's stages once again. The pre-conventional level, children accept the authority and the moral code of others. If an action leads to punishment, it must be bad. If it leads to a reward, it must be good. There is also a sense in which decisions concerning what is good are defined in terms of what is good for us. The conventional level, children believe that social rules and the expectations of other people determine what is acceptable or unacceptable behavior. A social system that stresses the responsibilities of relationships and social order is seen as desirable and must therefore influence our views of right and wrong. Finally, the post-conventional level. Right is based on an individual's understanding of universal ethical principles. What is considered morally acceptable in any given situation is determined by what is the response most in keeping with these universal principles. And one could say that at the pre-conventional level, there's only the self. Norms are recognized only in line with blind egoism, with something self-oriented. And again, because the narcissist fails to constellate or integrate a self, fails to come up with an ego formation is disrupted, of course, there's a failure in stage 1. And then stage 2 is to see that others have goals and preferences, that your actions and choices and decisions either conform or deviate from specific norms. And again, there's a failure, because the narcissist fails to recognize the existence and separateness and externality of others, and the psychopath doesn't care about others. Stage 3 is to recognize good and bad intentions. And while stage 2 is instrumental egoism, stage 3 is totally social. It's social relationships perspective. But the psychopath rejects society, and the narcissist is unable to recognize its existence because it is comprised of external objects. Stage 4 is to be able to see abstract normative systems, social systems perspective. And that is, of course, beyond the ken and the capacity of psychopaths and narcissists. Stage 5 is to recognize that contracts allow people to increase welfare of everyone involved. Contracts are good for everyone. It's a contractual perspective or transactional perspective. Psychopaths don't do contracts. Psychopaths do hostile takeover. Psychopaths do conquests. Psychopaths do invasions. Psychopathy is externalized aggression. It doesn't contract. It's not transactional. Narcissists are unable to transact, even though they want to very much, and even though the shared fantasy appears artificially, superficially from the outside, appears to be contractual or transactional. It's not, because the narcissist interacts only with himself and with the internal objects in his mind. So he is unable to strike a deal, is unable to sign a contract, to commit himself to an agreement with others, because he doesn't recognize the existence of others. They are external objects beyond his ability to realize their separateness, their externality, and their agency, which gives them the right and the capacity to sign contracts. And finally, stage 6 is to see how human fallibility and frailty are impacted by communication, mutual respect as a universal principle, the equality of everyone morally, not intellectually, not money-wise, but morally. This is, of course, beyond the reach of most people, not only narcissists and psychopaths. So level 1 is about obedience. It's a punishment orientation. How can I avoid punishment? Level 2 is a self-interest orientation. What's in it for me? Paying for a benefit. Level 2 is conventional. So there's an interpersonal accord and conformity, social norms. The good boy, good girl attitude. Then there's an issue of authority in stage 4, authority and social order maintaining orientation, law and order morality. Level 3, the post-conventional. In the 5th stage, there's a social contract orientation. The 6th stage is a universal ethical principles, principled conscience orientation. So this is the picture, and this is why there is no way the narcissist or the psychopath could ever develop morality. As I repeat, many studies demonstrated that the stages are cumulative. If a person understands and internalizes stage 2, he or she understands the lower stages, but not the next stages, not stage 3. So it's gradual, it's incremental, and each stage is built on the foundations of the previous stages. Every individual progresses through the same sequence of development, but the rates of development vary When it comes to narcissists and psychopaths, they don't even start. Finally, I would like to discuss William Damon's work. American psychologist William Damon. He developed a theory that is based on Kohlberg. He focused and analyzed behavioral aspects of moral reasoning, not just the abstract idea of justice and rightness and fairness, but how do people actually behave? Again, he worked with children, it was experimental. I will not go into all this. And he made a distinction between justice and righteousness, which I think is a very important and very pertinent distinction. According to Damon, there are 6 successive levels when it comes to justice. Level 1, nothing stops the egocentric tendency. The children want all the toys without feeling the need to justify their preference or to share. The justice criterion is the wish of the self. Justice is what I want. Might is right. According to Damon, narcissists are capable to attain this stage. Level 2, the child wants almost all the toys and justifies his choice in an arbitrary or egocentric manner. For example, the child might say, I should play with them because I have a red dress, or they're mine because I like them. Again, the narcissist can attain this stage. Level 3, the equality criterion emerges. We should all have the same number of toys and we should all share the toys. This is when narcissists and psychopaths stop. They can never reach this stage. Period. Psychopath has no concept of sharing. And the narcissist has no concept of other people. So there's no need to share. The toys and other people are all internal objects. They're all figments of a paracosm, of virtual reality, of the fantasy of the narcissist. And the psychopath just says the hell with it. I'm stuck in stage 1 and 2. I never share. Level 4, according to Damon's work, is the merit criterion. Johnny should take more because he was such a good boy, or because he is sick. Level 5, necessity. Necessity becomes the most important selection criterion. She should take the most because she was sick. Give more to Matt because he's poor. Here, the rudiments of justice and more importantly, fairness emerge. Level 6, the dilemma begins to come up. Can justice be achieved considering only one criterion? The consequence is the combining of criteria. So very often we make moral judgments and we act morally, moral behavior, based on a combination of criteria. For example, equality and merit, equality and necessity, necessity and merit, equality and necessity and merit, and so on and so forth. Now, there are issues here of logical, cognitive, operationalization, combination of many points of view, allocentrism, papa. Yeah, I'll not go into all this right now. Damon regards every human being as capable of some primitive atavistic moral reasoning. Even psychopaths and narcissists are capable of moral reasoning, however ill-founded, founded on egocentric tendencies, arbitrary decision-making, self-referential rules. I am the law, I decide, I'm the fount and the source of justice, I'm the arbiter, and all this. Narcissists and psychopaths are capable of this. And only when we transition to stages 3 onwards, north, then there's a failure of narcissists and psychopaths. So Damon is more optimistic when it comes to psychopaths and narcissists, because if Damon is right and narcissists and psychopaths have attained stages 1 and 2, there is no reason in principle why they cannot graduate to stages 3, 4, 5, and 6. The problem with narcissists and psychopaths, according to Kohlberg and according to Vaknin, is that they never even embark on stage one. They never make it to stage one. But Damon says it's wrong. It's not true. They do. They do make it to stage one and even two. So there's hope. I'll let you decide. You've had experiences with narcissists. Ask yourself, who is right? Kohlberg or Wagner, depends, or Damon? Are narcissists totally devoid and psychopaths totally devoid of morality? Or have you seen the narcissists and psychopaths sometimes act morally? And you were shocked and surprised that they did. And then if they did, what was the reasoning behind it? What led them to behave morally? Was it really totally self-interested and egotistical? Were the actions they took based on their own skewed moral reasoning? Were these actions totally one-sided, arbitrary, as I said, or capricious? Did these actions tell you anything about the narcissist or psychopath in your lives? This is an area, this is a field which is not very well researched. If you're about to enter the field of clinical psychology with emphasis on cluster B personality disorders, I think this is an emerging field, the morality of narcissists and psychopaths. And it has enormous implications. Because if narcissists and psychopaths could be induced, could be somehow forced, if you wish, to develop into moral agents, if there could be some kind of catalyst that would push them to become morally competent and to act somehow morally, that would have enormous implications, social, historical, geopolitical, political, huge implications, because narcissists and psychopaths are everywhere and they're taking over. We'd better find out if what kind of morality they're capable of, if at all, and either take steps to defend ourselves or somehow design a program to allow them to evolve and progress and become ultimately the moral agents which they are not and never have been. Summary of Kohlberg's stages of moral development from the latest edition of the Encyclopedia Britannica. Kohlberg, as I said, completed his work in 1958. Level 1, pre-conventional level. At the pre-conventional level, morality is externally controlled. Rules imposed by authority figures are conformed to in order to avoid punishment or receive rewards. This perspective involves the idea that what is right is what one can get away with, or what is personally satisfying. Level 1 has two stages. Stage 1, punishment, obedience orientation. Behavior is determined by consequences. The individual will obey in order to avoid punishment. Stage 2, instrumental purpose orientation. Behavior is determined again by consequences. The individual focuses on receiving rewards or satisfying personal needs. Level 2, conventional level. At the conventional level, conformity to social rules remains important to the individual. However, the emphasis shifts from self-interest to relationships with other people and social systems. The individual strives to support rules that are set forth by others, such as parents, peers, and the government, in order to win their approval or to maintain social order. Stage 3, good boy, nice girl orientation. Behavior is determined by social approval. The individual wants to maintain or win the affection and approval of others by being a good person. Stage 4, law and order orientation. Social rules and laws determine behavior. The individual now takes into consideration a larger perspective, that of societal laws. Moral decision-making becomes more than consideration of close ties to others. The individual believes that rules and laws maintain social order that is worth preserving. Level 3, post-conventional or principled level. At the post-conventional level, the individual moves beyond the perspective of his or her own society. Morality is defined in terms of abstract principles and values that apply to all situations and societies. The individual attempts to take the perspective of all individuals. Stage 5. Social contract orientation. Individual rights determine behavior. The individual views laws and rules as flexible tools for improving human purposes. That is, given the right situation, there are exceptions to rules. When laws are not consistent with individual rights and the interests of the majority, they do not bring about good for people, and alternatives should be considered. Stage 6. Universal ethical principle orientation. According to Kohlberg, this is the highest stage of functioning. However, he claimed that some individuals will never reach this level. At this stage, the appropriate action is determined by one's self-chosen ethical principles of conscience. These principles are abstract and universal in application. This type of reasoning involves taking the perspective of every person or group that could potentially be affected by the decision. Basic tenets of Kohlberg's theory. The numerous studies investigating moral reasoning based on Kohlberg's theory have confirmed basic tenets regarding the topic area. Cross-sectional data have shown that older individuals tend to use higher stages of moral reasoning when compared to younger individuals, while longitudinal studies report upward progression in accordance with Kohlberg's theoretical order of stages. In addition, studies have revealed that comprehension of the stages is cumulative. Example given, if a person understands stage 3, he or she understands the lower stages, but not necessarily the higher stages. And comprehension of higher stages is increasingly difficult. Moreover, age trends in moral development have received cross-cultural support. Lastly, data support the claim that every individual progresses through the same sequence of development, however, that rates of development will vary.
Esteemed colleagues, my name is Sam Vaknin. I'm a professor of psychology in Southern Federal University in Rostov-on-Don in Russia. And I'm a professor of finance and a professor of psychology in the outreach program of CIAS, Center for International Advanced and Professional Studies. My presentation today deals with the connection between the nexus between sensory input, emotions, cognitions, and by extension, morality. And I would like to start with time travel, going back to the 70s and 80s, when Ben Bagdikian and Alvin Toffler had written about information overload. Information overload is a phrase coined by Toffler. He also coined the phrase overchoice. These gentlemen were very concerned with the fact that the number of advertisements, the number of television channels, the information that is presented to us by the environment is multiplying exponentially, and they thought this would create some kind of dysfunction. This thinking is very flawed. The amount of information in the environment is irrelevant, and it's irrelevant because the processing capacity of the brain and the filtering mechanisms embedded in the brain, they are uniform, they are constant. And filtering relevant data from irrelevant data goes on all the time, regardless of whether one filters from 5,000 advertisements or from 20 advertisements. Our brains register 40 million bits of sensory information per second. Most of this information is processed subconsciously or preconsciously. For every bit of information processed by our conscious brain, 5,000 bits are processed by our unconscious. So it is not a surprise that most of our processing, most of our relatedness to information, and most of the decision making, and most of the collating, most of the modeling, in short, most of our mental life
takes place exactly as Sigmund Freud has postulated 120 years ago, takes place in the unconscious. The unconscious is where things happen, and once they happen, the unconscious informs consciousness. 95% of brain activity is unconscious, and only 5% is conscious. And this entire thing is called selective filtering or selective attention. There's a variety of brain structures that take place of absorbing environment, filtering it, navigating it, channeling it. It's like packet switching in the brain. There's the cortex, there's the thalamus, etc., etc. This lecture is not about brain structures. But having said that, and having realized that we actually inhabit the Netherlands of our minds, we don't really have any interface with what we call objective ontological reality. We obtain information from the environment, and then we channel it and funnel it into various parts of the brain, by the way, redundantly, with multiple copies, exactly like packet switching. And then the brain reassembles this information. But it reassembles this information subject to models, mathematical models. And these mathematical models take into account past experience, take into account the laws of nature, take into account expectations, etc., etc. And these models are not necessarily real in the objective ontological physical experimentation sense of the word. Even when we do conduct experiments in physics, there is a huge effect, huge influence of what our brains, what our eyes choose to see and absorb and process. The outcomes, the output, crucially depends not on the input, but on how the input is organized within this gigantic computer with multiple softwares and multiple apps. There's a model for seeing, a model for smelling, a model for fleeing, a model for being frightened, a model for anxiety. There are models for everything, thousands, millions possibly, of models. And these models are predicated not on the input, but they are predicated on what's good for survival. They are evolutionary models. So we are divorced from reality. We are divorced from reality. Anywhere between 1 and 5% of what we believe to be real is actually there. 90 to 95% of what we consider reality is actually modeling in the brain, is actually totally contained, hologramic kind of representation. We are manipulating representations and symbols. And so it's not surprising that people, collectives and individuals, disagree about so much that is psychological and mental. I would like to read to you a passage from an introductory textbook, Psychology and Introduction, 9th edition, by Charles G. Morris, University of Michigan, Prentice Hall, 1996. It's a mind-boggling passage. Anthropologists, says Morris, report enormous differences in the ways that different cultures categorize emotions. Some languages, in fact, do not have a word for emotion. Other languages differ in the number of words they have to name emotions. While English has over 2,000 words to describe emotional categories, there are only 750 such descriptive words in Taiwanese Chinese. One tribal language has only 7 words that could be translated into categories of emotion. The words used to name or to describe an emotion can influence what emotion is actually experienced. For example, Tahitians do not have a word directly equivalent to sadness. Instead, they treat sadness as something like a physical illness. The difference has an impact on how the emotion is experienced by Tahitians. For example, the sadness we feel over the departure of a close friend would be experienced by a Tahitian as exhaustion. Some cultures lack words for anxiety or depression or guilt. Samoans have one word encompassing love, sympathy, pity, and liking all together, which are very different emotions in our own culture. So as you see, even language breaks down when it tries to cope and to capture our inner landscape, the psychodynamic processes that go on in our brains. And the reason is exactly what I said before. There is no strong correlation, repeat, no strong correlation between our brain's output and objective ontological reality, if it exists at all. This presentation is divided into two parts. In the first, I survey the landscape of the discourse regarding emotions in general and sensations in particular. And this part is familiar to any student of philosophy. The second part contains an attempt at producing an integrative overview of the matter. I leave it to you to decide whether I had succeeded or not. Words have the power to express the speaker's emotions, but words have also the power to evoke emotions. Whether these are the same emotions or not, this is a major dispute. Whether the listener reacts exactly as the original did, whether my sadness is your sadness, when you communicate love, whether I feel it the same, this is an open question. It is the conundrum of the intersubjective agreement. It is what empathy is supposed to provide, a bridge between two minds. But minds are inaccessible in principle. Words, therefore, possess emotive meaning together with a descriptive meaning. And the descriptive meaning plays a cognitive role in forming beliefs and understandings. Our moral judgments and the responses deriving from these moral judgments, they have a strong emotional streak, an emotional aspect, an emotive element. Any religious person will tell you this. Whether the emotive part predominates as the basis of appraisal is again debatable. Whether morality in general is founded on emotions, that's an open question. Can we, for example, derive a valid, internally consistent, externally efficacious moral system? Can we derive such a system from logic only, from reason only, divorced from emotion? Interesting question. Reason analyzes a situation. Reason prescribes alternatives for action. But it is considered to be static, inert, not goal-oriented. One is almost tempted to say teleological. The equally necessary dynamic action-inducing component is thought, for some reason, to belong to the emotional realm. In other words, emotions drive us to do things. Emotions are energy, kind of an encapsulation of energy. Reason is an armchair activity. It's sitting back. It's analytical. Thus, the language, the words used to express moral judgment supposedly actually express the speaker's emotions. Though the aforementioned mechanism of emoting meaning is cardinal, and through this mechanism, similar emotions are evoked in the hearer, this mechanism moves other people to action. The mechanism of emoting meaning is critical, but is it exclusive? Is there any input to reason and logic? We'll come to it a bit later. A distinction should be, and has been drawn, between regarding moral judgment as merely a report pertaining to the subject's emotional world, and regarding moral judgment wholly as an emotive reaction. In the first case, where it's only a report about some internal state, the whole notion, really the phenomenon of moral disagreement, is rendered incomprehensible. How could one disagree with a report about someone else's inner state? But in the second case, when actually moral judgment is an emotive reaction, in the second case, moral judgment is reduced to the status of an exclamation, a non-propositional expression of emotive tension, a mental excretion. And this absurd was nicknamed the boo-hurrah theory. Either way, moral judgment is dubious. If it pertains to someone's inner state, if it's merely a reporting of that inner state, well, it's as valid and legitimate as any other report. It is equipotent, as equal standing, is egalitarian.
There's no superior morality and inferior morality, there's only reported morality. But if morality is emotions, if it's another name for emotions, then it's an expression, an exclamation, an eruption, nothing more than that. There were those who maintained that the whole issue was the result of mislabeling. Emotions are really what we otherwise call attitudes, say these people. We approve or we disapprove of something, and that way we feel about that something. Prescriptivist accounts displaced emotivist analysis, and this instrumentalism did not prove more helpful, I'm sorry to say, than its purist predecessors. So we are stuck in a conundrum. Throughout this scholarly debate, philosophers did what they do best. They had ignored reality. Moral judgments, every child knows, are not explosive. They are not implosive events. There's no shattered or scattered emotions strewn all over the battlefield. Logic is definitely involved in moral judgment, and so are responses to already analyzed moral properties and circumstances. And to say otherwise is counterfactual. Moreover, emotions themselves are judged morally as right or as wrong. If a moral judgment were really an emotion, we would need to stipulate the existence of a hyper-emotion, meta-emotion, to account for the moral judgment of our emotions. And in all likelihood, we'll find ourselves in an infinite regression. There will be meta-emotion, meta-meta-emotion, meta-meta-meta-emotion. If moral judgment is a report or an exclamation, on the other hand, how are we able to distinguish it from mere rhetoric? How are we able to intelligibly account for the formation of moral standpoints by moral agents in response to an unprecedented moral challenge? So both positions are untenable and indefensible. Moral realists criticize these largely superfluous and artificial dichotomies: reason versus feeling, belief versus desire, emotivism and non-cognitivism versus realism. This debate has old roots. Feeling theories, such as Descartes, regarded emotions as a mental item, which requires no definition and no classification. One could not fail to fully grasp it upon having it. In other words, if you emote, if you feel, you feel. End of story. Why do we need to analyze it, or capture it, or categorize it, or define it? Descartes' approach entailed the introduction of introspection as the only way to access our feelings. Introspection not in the limited sense of awareness of one's mental states, but in the broader sense of being able to internally ascertain mental states. It almost became material. Descartes kind of postulated the existence of a mental eye, a brain scan, at the very least, a kind of perception. But of course, immediately others had denied its similarity to central perception. They said emotional perception is not the same as central perception. These people preferred to treat introspection as a modus of memory, recollection through retrospection, as an internal way of ascertaining past mental events, remembrance of things past. And this approach relied on the impossibility of having a thought simultaneously with another thought, whose subject was the first thought. All these lexicographic storms did not serve either to elucidate the complex issue of introspection or to solve the critical questions. How can we be sure that what we introspect is not false? If accessible only to introspection, how do we learn to speak of emotions uniformly? How do we unreflectively assume knowledge of other people's emotions? How come we are sometimes forced to unearth or deduce our own emotions? How is it possible to mistake our emotions, to have one emotion without actually feeling it? Are all these failures of the machinery of introspection explainable? Or do they undermine the very concept of introspection? Or at the very least, the exclusivity of introspection as an access mechanism? The proto-psychologists James and Lange have separately proposed that emotions are the experiencing of physical responses to external stimuli. Emotions are mental representations of totally corporeal bodily reactions. Sadness they suggested, is what we call the feeling of crying. This was phenomenological materialism at its worst. To have full-blown emotions, not merely detached observations, one needed to experience palpable bodily symptoms. It's like if you don't have bodily symptoms, you don't have feelings. The James Lange theory apparently did not believe that a quadriplegic, for example, can have emotions, since a quadriplegic definitely experiences no bodily sensations. You see how reductio ad absurdum, how absurd this theory is. Sensationalism, another form of fanatic empiricism. Sensationalism stated that all our knowledge derived from sensations, from sense data. There is no clear answer to the question, how do these how does this sensory data, how do they get coupled with interpretations, with judgments? Why do we invariably link one set of sensory data to a specific emotion or cognition or judgment? Kant postulated the existence of a manifold of sense, the data supplied to the mind through sensation. In the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant claimed that these data were presented to the mind in accordance with its already preconceived forms, sensibilities like space or time. But to experience means to unify these data, to cohere them somehow. Even Kant admitted that this is brought about by the synthetic activity of imagination as guided by understanding. And today we call these theories of mind, theories of the world, or brain models. Not only was this a deviation from materialism, it was also not very instructive. When Kant talks about imagination, what material is imagination made of? And how does it help us to understand anything? And when we introduce a term that is equally ill-defined. So I'm not very impressed with Kant's work in this particular respect. The problem was partly a problem of communication. Emotions are qualia, qualities as they appear to our consciousness. In many respects, emotions are like sense data, which brought about the aforementioned confusion. Both sensory data, and emotions are presented to the mind. They're not the same. The fact that they are both presented to the mind doesn't render them one and the same. As opposed to sensa, which are particular, qualia are universal. They are subjective qualities of our conscious experience. It is impossible to ascertain or to analyze the subjective components of phenomena in physical objective terms. It's impossible to communicate them. Subjective phenomena are not communicable, and they are not understandable by all rational individuals independent of their sensory equipment. So there's a confusion here, confusion between subjective and objective, between qualia and data, between senses and emotions. And the subjective dimension is comprehensible only to conscious beings of a certain type with the right sensory faculties. I think this is the source of the confusion. The belief that we have a monopoly because we are the only ones to have the right senses. The problems of absent qualia and of inverted qualia, they are real, they're serious, but they're not relevant to this more limited discussion. Absent qualia, for example, can a zombie or can a machine pass for a human being despite the fact that it has no experiences? It's a kind of a variant of the Turing test. Inverted qualia, what we both call red might have been called green by you if you had my internal experience when seeing what we call red. In other words, labeling of the same phenomena is not guaranteed by sharing the same internal experience. So there are problems with qualia. Qualia is not a panacea, it's not a perfect solution. But these problems are not relevant here. They belong in the realm of private language. Wittgenstein demonstrated that a language cannot contain elements which it would be logically impossible for anyone but its speaker to learn or to understand. Therefore, it cannot have elements, words, whose meaning is the result of representing objects accessible only to the speaker. For instance, his emotions. One can use a language either correctly or incorrectly. The speaker must have at its disposal a decision procedure, which will allow him to decide whether his usage is correct or not. This is not possible with a private language, because it cannot be compared to anything. So emotions cannot be private, even though there are serious problems in accessibility. We have no access to someone else's mind. In any case, the bodily upset theories propagated by James and allies, they did not account for lasting or dispositional emotions, where no external stimulus occurred or persisted. We can have an emotion for months. We can have an emotion going on for years. Depression, for example, sadness, goes on for years. Even when and if our bodies change dramatically. These theories could not explain on what grounds do we judge emotions as appropriate or perverse, justified or not, rational, irrational, realistic, fantastic. If emotions were nothing but involuntary reactions contingent upon external events, devoid of context, then how come we perceive drug-induced anxiety or intestinal spasms in a detached way? Not the same way that we experience emotions. There's a clear distinction. We experience many bodily effects, many processes in the body, very, very differently to emotions, and we make this distinction very clearly. Putting the emphasis on sorts of behavior, as the behaviorists do, shifts the focus to the public shared aspect of emotions. But it again fails to account for the private pronounced dimension. In other words, if we say emotion is behavior, or if we judge the existence of emotion, we ascertain the existence of emotion by observing behavior, what have we done with that? What have we done with that? We simply relabeled emotions. We call them behaviors. So there's no insight here, no added value, because it doesn't. This kind of approach doesn't cope with the private and very distinct and powerful dimension of emotions. Anyone who has experienced emotions can't compare this experience to any other experience. It is possible, after all, to experience emotions without expressing them. In other words, without behaving. Additionally, the repertoire of emotions available to us is much larger than the repertoire of behaviors. I started by saying that English has 2,000 words to describe emotions. Many of these emotions, there's no corresponding behavior. Emotions are subtler than actions and cannot be fully conveyed by actions. We find that even human language is an inadequate conduit for these complex phenomena. And to say that emotions are cognitions, which is the current thinking, well, possibly true, but it's to say nothing. We understand cognition even less than we understand emotions. We understand the mechanisms of cognition, but we don't understand what is cognition. In many ways, we know a lot more about emotions than about cognitions. To say that emotions are caused by cognitions, to say that emotions cause cognitions, emotivism, to say that emotions are part of a motivational process, it doesn't answer the question, what are emotions? Emotions do cause us to apprehend and to perceive things in a certain way. Emotions cause us to act accordingly, but what are emotions? Granted, there are strong, perhaps necessary connections between emotions and knowledge, and in this respect, emotions are ways of perceiving the world and interacting with the world. Perhaps emotions are even rational strategies of adaptation and survival, and not random, stochastic, isolated interpsychic events. Perhaps Plato was wrong in saying that emotions conflict with reason, and thus obscure the right way of apprehending reality. Perhaps he is right. Fears do become phobias. Emotions do depend on one's experience and character, as opposed to reason and logic. So even Plato's maxims, thousands of years ago, are still open to question. As we have it in psychoanalysis, emotions may be reactions to the unconscious, rather than to the world. And yet again, Sartre may be right in saying that emotions are a modus vivendi, the way we live the world, our perceptions, coupled with our bodily reactions. Sartre wrote,
We live the world as though the relations between things were governed not by deterministic processes, but by magic, magical thinking. Even a rationally grounded emotion, fear, for example. Fear is rational when you're faced with a tiger. Fear generates flight from a source of danger. It's rational. Even this kind of emotion is really a magical transformation, the ersatz elimination of the source of fear. Emotions sometimes mislead as well. People may perceive the same, analyze the same, evaluate the situation the same way, respond along the same vein, and yet have different emotional reactions. It doesn't seem necessary, even if it were sufficient, to postulate the existence of a preferred cognition. There are no cognitions that enjoy an overcoat of emotions. There's no emotional cognition. Actually, it's considered a pathology. Thinking via your emotions, cognitive emoting, or emotional cognition. These are kinds of pathologies. Either all cognitions generate emotions or no cognition generates emotions. But you see, we are still in the labyrinth. What are emotions? We all possess some kind of sense awareness, a perception of objects and states, of things, by sensual means. Even a dumb, deaf, and blind person still possesses proprioception, perceiving the position and motion of his limbs, his body. Sense awareness does not include introspection because the subject of introspection is supposed to be mental, unreal states. Still, if mental states are a misnomer, and really we are dealing with internal physiological states, then introspection should form an important part of sense awareness. In other words, if what we call emotions are actually internal body processes, then the senses should apply to them as well. And the process that the senses apply to these bodily processes should be called introspection. But if emotions are not merely bodily processes, there's a problem with introspection. Specialized organs mediate the impact of external objects upon our senses, and distinctive types of experience arise as a result of this mediation. There's no such thing in introspection. Perception is thought to be comprised of the sensory phase, its subjective aspect, and then of a conceptual phase, the model building, the theoretical building. Clearly, sensations come before thoughts. Sensations precede beliefs and the formation of beliefs. Suffice it to observe children and animals to be convinced that a sentient being does not necessarily have to have beliefs. You can survive in the world without having beliefs or values. You can have schemas, which are comprised only of cognitions and emotions and sensa. One can employ the sense modalities or even have sensory-like phenomena, hunger, thirst, pain, sexual arousal. And in parallel, one can engage in introspection because all these have an introspective dimension. It is inevitable. Sensations are about how objects feel like, how they sound, how they smell, how they are seen to us. Sensations belong, in one sense, to the objects with which they are identified. There's no sensation without object. But in a deeper, more fundamental sense, sensations have an intrinsic, introspective qualities. And this is how we are able to tell them apart. The difference between sensations and propositional attitudes is made very clear this way. Thoughts, beliefs, judgments, and knowledge differ only with respect to their content. They deal with propositions. The proposition that is believed, the proposition that is judged, that is known. These propositional attitudes, they don't deal with an intrinsic quality, with a feeling. Sensations are exactly the opposite of propositional attitudes, actually. Differently felt sensations may relate to the same content. Thoughts can also be classified in terms of intentionality. Thoughts are about something. Sensations can be classified only in terms of their intrinsic character. Sensations are distinct from discursive events, such as reasoning, knowing, thinking, or remembering. and they do not depend upon the subject's intellectual endowments, like his power to conceptualize. And in this sense, sensations are mentally primitive, and they probably take place at a level of the psyche where reason and thought have no recourse. So you see, there's a god-awful mess. There's a chaos, definitional, linguistic, taxonomic, lexical chaos between all these things. The epistemological status of sensations is much less clear, and that perhaps is the source of the problem. That's the crux of the matter. When we see an object, we are aware of a visual sensation, in addition to being aware of the object. And that raises a series of questions. Perhaps we are only aware of the sensation, wherefrom we infer the existence of an object. Perhaps we only construct the object mentally, indirectly. This is what the representative theory tries to persuade us. The brain, this theory says that the brain, when it encounters visual stimuli emanating from a real external object, it reconstructs the object. Our visual sensation is just a reconstruction. It's a mental exercise. It's not real. The naive realists say that one is only aware of the external object and that it is a sensation that is modeled and inferred and theoretical. So these are two schools. Representative theory, the object is real, but its representation is a mental process. The naive realist is we are aware of the object and we model the sensation. We are representative theory, we are aware of the sensation and we model the object. Naive realists, we are aware of the object and model the sensation. This is a less tenable theory, in my view, naive realism, because it fails to explain how do we directly know the character of the pertinent sensation if, only the object is real. Be the case as it may, what is indisputable is that sensation is either an experience or a faculty of having experiences. In the first case, if it's an experience, we have to introduce the idea of sense data, sensor, the objects of experience, as distinct from the sensation, the experience itself. But if sensation is an experience, and experience is divided into two parts, objects and experience, isn't this separation artificial at best? Can sense data exist without sensation? Is sensation a mere construct of the language? Is it an internal accusative? Is to have a sensation equal to strike a blow, as some dictionaries of philosophy would have it? Moreover, sensations must be had by subjects. Are sensations objects? If you have a sensation, do you have it the same way you have your smartphone? Are sensations properties of the subjects that have them? Must they intrude upon the subject's consciousness in order to exist? Or can they exist in the psychic background, for instance, when the subject is asleep or distracted? Are sensations mere representations of real events? So is pain a representation of injury? Are sensations located, localized? Do we know of sensations when no external object can be correlated with them, or when we deal with the obscure, diffuse, general? Some sensations relate to specific instances, but other sensations relate to kinds of experiences, categories of experiences. So in theory, the same sensation can be experienced by several people. It would be the same kind of experience, though of course different instances of the same kind. And finally, there are the oddball sensations, which are neither entirely bodily nor entirely mental. Sensations of, for example, being watched or followed. These are examples of sensations where both components are clearly intertwined, the body and the mind. Feeling is a hyperconcept which is made of both sensation and emotion. It describes the ways in which we experience both our world and ourselves. It coincides with sensations whenever it has a bodily component, but it is sufficiently flexible to cover emotions and attitudes or opinions without that element. Attaching names to phenomena never helps in the long run. That's my belief. And in the really important matter of understanding things.
We tend to confuse labeling with understanding. If we have a handle, if we have a name, if we have a word, that's it, we did our job. That's wrong. To identify feelings, let alone to describe them, is not an easy task. It is difficult to distinguish among feelings without resorting to a detailed description of causes, inclinations, and dispositions. In addition, the relationship between feeling and emotions is far from clear, far from well established. Can we emote without feeling? Can we explain emotions, consciousness, even simple pleasure in terms of feeling? Is feeling a practical method? Can it be used to learn about the world or about other people? How do we know about our own feelings? How are feelings mediated to us, let alone to others? Instead of throwing light on the subject, the dual concepts of feeling and sensation seem to confound matter even further, to make an even bigger mess. A more basic level needs to be broached, and I suggest that it is sense data or sensor. Sense data are entities, and they're cyclically defined. The existence of these entities depends upon being sensed by a sensor, equipped with senses. Yet sense data define the senses to a large extent. Imagine trying to define the sense of vision without visuals. Can't be. Ostensibly, sense data are entities, though they are subjective. Allegedly, sense data possess the properties that we perceive in an external object if it is there, or as it appears to have them. In other words, though the external object is perceived, what we really get in touch with directly, what we apprehend without mediation, these are the subjective sensor. We never get in touch with the object. We get in touch with the sensor, with the sensory data. And we assume that it's emanating from the object. That's also not true. It's an interplay between our mind and the object. What is probably perceived is merely inferred, merely deduced from the sense data. In short, all our so-called empirical knowledge rests upon our acquaintance with sensor. Every perception has as its basis pure experience. But the same can be said about memory, imagination, dreams, hallucinations. Sensation, as opposed to all these, is supposed to be error-free, not subject to filtering or to interpretation, not be selective, not be to be special, has a special status. Sensation is supposed to be infallible, direct, immediate. It is an awareness of the existence of entities, existence of objects, of ideas, of impressions, of other people, perceptions, even other sensations. Russell and Moore said that sense data, have all and only the properties that they appear to have and can only be sensed by one subject. But these all are idealistic renditions of senses, sensations, and sensor. In practice, as anyone would tell you, it's notoriously difficult to reach a consensus regarding the description of sense data, or to base any meaningful, let alone useful knowledge of the physical world based on sense data. There is a great variance in the conception of sensor. Berkeley, ever the incorrigible practical Briton, said that sense data exist only if and when sensed or perceived by us. Nay, their very existence is their being perceived or sensed by us. Some sensor are public or part of larger assemblages of sensor. Their interaction with the other sensor, with parts of objects, with surfaces of objects, may distort the inventory of their properties. These sensor may seem to lack properties that they do possess, or to possess properties that can be discovered only upon close inspection, not immediately evident. Some sense data are intrinsically vague. For example, what is a striped pajama? How many stripes does it contain? We do not know. It is sufficient to note, to visually sense, that the pajama has stripes all over. Some philosophers say that if sense data can be sensed, then they possibly exist. These sense are called the sensibilia, plural of sensibili. Even when not actually perceived, even when not actually sensed, objects consist of sensibilia. This makes sense data hard to differentiate. They overlap, and where one begins may be the end of another. Nor is it possible to say if sensa are changeable because we do not really know what sensa are. Is sensory data objects? Are these substances, entities, qualities, events? What? Other philosophers suggested that sensing is an act directed at the objects called sense data. Others hotly dispute this artificial separation. To see red is simply to see in a certain manner, that is, to see redly. This is the adverbial school. It is close to the contention that sense data are nothing but a linguistic convenience, a noun, which enables us to discuss appearances. For instance, the gray sense data is nothing but a mixture of red and sodium. Yet we use this convention, gray, for convenience and efficacy's sake. What's the evidence? An important facet of emotions is that they can generate and direct behavior. They can trigger complex chains of actions, not always beneficial to the individual. Yerkes and Dodson observed that the more complex a task is, the more emotional arousal interferes with performance. In other words, emotions can motivate. If this were their only function, we might have determined that emotions are a subcategory of motivations. And some cultures do not have a word for emotions. Other cultures equate emotions with physical sensations, a la James Lange, who said that external stimuli cause bodily changes which result in emotions, or are interpreted as such, by the person affected. Cannon and Bard differed only in saying that both emotions and bodily responses were simultaneous. An even more far-fetched approach, cognitive theories, was that situations in our environment foster in us a general state of arousal. We receive clues from the environment as to what we should call the general state. For instance, it was demonstrated that facial expressions can induce emotions apart from any cognition. A big part of the problem is that there is no accurate way to verbally communicate emotions. People are either unaware of their feelings, or they try to falsify their magnitude, minimize them, exaggerate them. Facial expressions, body language, seem to be both inborn and universal. Children born deaf and blind use facial expressions. They must be serving some adaptive survival strategy or function. So can we base a universal objective theory on facial expressions? Darwin said that emotions have an evolutionary history, can be traced across cultures as part of our biological heritage. Maybe so, I don't know. But the bodily vocabulary is not flexible enough to capture the full range of emotional subtleties that humans are capable of. It's pretty useless as a language. Another non-verbal mode of communication is known also as part of body language, the way we move, the distance we maintain from other people, personal or private territory. These also express emotions, very crass, very raw ones, but they do. So if we want to limit ourselves to a language that can capture the most basic, primordial, rudimentary proto-emotions, body language is good enough. But that's not the human existence. That's not the human experience. So some say, okay, forget body language. Let's talk about behavior. There is overt behavior. It is determined by culture, by upbringing, by personal inclination, by temperament, and so on. For instance, women are more likely to express emotion than men when they encounter a person in distress. And we say that women are more empathic. Both sexes, however, experience the same level of physiological arousal in such an encounter. Men and women also label their emotions differently. So they have the same bodily experience, but they externalize it differently and they label it differently. What men call anger, women call hurt or sadness. Men are 4 times more likely than women to resort to violence. Women, more often than not, will internalize aggression and become depressed. Efforts at reconciling all these data were made in the early 80s. It was hypothesized that the interpretation of emotional states is a two-phased process. People respond to emotional arousal by quickly surveying and appraising introspectively their own feelings. Then they proceed to search for environmental cues to support the results of this first phase. So there's a first phase of assessment, appraisal. People feel something, they have some emotional arousal and say, what is it that I'm feeling? It must be this and this. And then they go out to the environment and they try to find supporting cues. They develop confirmation bias. People tend to pay more attention to internal cues that agree with external cues. And put more plainly, people feel what they expect to feel. There's emotional confirmation bias. Several psychologists have shown that feelings precede cognition in infants. Animals also probably react before they think, if they think. Does this mean that the affective system reacts instantaneously without any of the appraisal and survey processes that were postulated? If this were the case, then we are merely playing with words. We invent explanations to label our feelings after we fully experience our feelings. Emotions, therefore, can be had without any cognitive intervention or input. Emotions provoke unlearned bodily patterns, such as the aforementioned facial expressions and body language. And this vocabulary of expressions and postures is not even conscious. When information about these reactions reaches the brain, it assigns to them the appropriate emotion or word for emotion. And thus, affect creates emotion, not vice versa. We are taught that first we emote, first we experience emotion, and then there's affect. And many psychologists think it's the other way around. First we behave, first we do things, first we experience things, and then we ask ourselves, what is it that has happened to us? What just happened? We say, well, I must have been sad. I must have been happy. I must have fallen in love. I must be infatuated. Sometimes we hide our emotions in order to preserve our self-image or not to incur society's wrath and sanctions. Sometimes we are not aware of our emotions. As a result, we deny them or diminish them. The use of one word to denote a whole process was the source of misunderstanding and futile disputations. I think that's a major problem. Emotions, feelings, are processes. They're not events. They're not objects. And I would like from now on to use the term emotive cycle to indicate that it's spread across time. The genesis of the emotive cycle lies in the acquisition of emotional data. In most cases, these are made up of sense data mixed with data related to spontaneous internal events. Even when no access to sense data, to sensor, is available, the stream of internally generated data is never interrupted, and this is easily demonstrated in experiments involving sensory deprivation or with people who are naturally sensorially deprived, blind, deaf, dumb. The spontaneous generation of internal data and the emotional reactions to internal data are always there, even in these extreme conditions. It is true that even under severe sensory deprivation, the emoting person reconstructs or evokes past sensory data. A case of pure, total, and permanent sensory deprivation is impossible. But there are important philosophical and psychological differences between real-life sense data and the representations of sense data in the mind. Only in grave pathologies this distinction is blurred. In psychotic states, when experiencing phantom pains following the amputation of a limb, or when we have drug-induced images and after images. In these states, psychosis, phantom pains following amputation, drug-induced visions, or in these states we tend to confuse sense data with the representations of sense data. Auditory, visual, olfactory, and other hallucinations are breakdowns of normal functioning. Normally, people are well aware of and strongly maintain the distinction between objective, external sense data and the internally generated representations of past sense data. The emotional data are perceived by the emoter as stimuli. The external objective component has to be compared to internally maintained databases of previous such stimuli. The internally generated spontaneous or associative data have to be reflected upon. So simultaneously there are two processes. External sense data comes in and is classified, compared, categorized, and incorporated in working models, working hypotheses. And the internal data generated by internal processes, associations, etc., this internal data is reflected upon, introspection.
Both needs lead to introspective, inwardly directed activity, and the product of introspection is the formation of qualia. This whole process is unconscious or subconscious. If the person is subject to functioning psychological defense mechanisms, repression, suppression, denial, projection, projective identification, qualia formation will be followed by immediate action. The subject, not having had any conscious experience, will not be aware of any connection between his actions and preceding events, sense data, internal data, and the introspective phase. He will be at a loss to explain his behavior. He will describe himself as acting out, because the whole process did not transition through his consciousness. To further strengthen this argument, we may recall that hypnotized and anesthetized subjects are not likely to act at all, even in the presence of external objective sensor. Hypnotized people are likely to react to sensor introduced to their consciousness by the hypnotist, and which had no existence, whether internal or external, prior to the hypnotist's suggestion. It seems that feeling, sensation, and emoting exist only if they pass through consciousness. This is true even where no data of any kind are available, such as in the case of phantom pains of long amputated limbs. But such bypasses of consciousness are the less common cases. More commonly, qualia formation is followed by feeling and sensation, and these are fully conscious. They lead to the triple processes of surveying, appraisal, evaluation, and judgment formation. When repeated often enough, judgments of similar data coalesce to form attitudes or opinions. The patterns of interactions of opinions and attitudes with our thoughts, with our cognitions and knowledge, within our conscious and unconscious strata, this pattern gives rise to what we call our personality. And these patterns are relatively rigid and rarely influenced by the outside world. When maladaptive and dysfunctional, we talk about personality disorders. Judgments contain, therefore, strong emotional, cognitive, and attitudinal elements which team up to create motivation. The latter leads to action. Motivation leads to action, which both completes one emotional cycle and starts another. Actions are also sense data, and motivations are internal data, which together form a new chunk of emotional data. And so emotional cycles can be divided to phrastic nuclei and noistic clouds. This is a metaphor from physics, phrastic and noistic. The phrastic nucleus is the content of the emotion, its subject matter. It incorporates the phases of introspection, feeling, sensation, and judgment formation. The noistic cloud involves the ends of the cycle, which interface with the world. This interface includes the emotional data on one hand, and the resulting action on the other. We started by saying that the emotional cycle is set in motion by emotional data, which in turn are comprised of sense data and internally generated data. But the composition of the emotional data is of prime importance in determining the nature of the resulting emotion and of the following action. If more sense data than internal data are involved, and the component of internal data is weak in comparison, it is never absent, we are likely to experience transitive emotions. The latter are emotions which involve observation and revolve around objects. In short, these are the outgoing emotions that motivate us to act, to change our environment. Yet, if the emotional cycle is set in motion by emotional data which are composed mainly of internal, spontaneously generated data, we end up with reflexive emotions. And these are the emotions that involve reflection and revolve around the self, for example, autoerotic emotions. It is here that the source of psychopathology should be sought, and this imbalance between external objective sense data and the echoes reverberating in our mind. One last comment about Descartes' evil demon and evolution. Descartes invoked this evil demon in an attempt to prove that we cannot decisively tell whether our perceptions, sense data or sensor, reflect reality, or perhaps are the outcomes of a malevolent intervention by a fiend. There is no test that can inform us unequivocally whether we are in a demon-induced dream state or not, he insisted in his meditations.
And the modern rendition of this, there's no way of telling whether we are inside a computer simulation, like in the Matrix, or whether we are in reality. One counter-argument is that had our senses and brains deceived us, had they been so susceptible to external manipulation, we would have long ago perished. Natural selection favors individuals whose grasp on reality is firm, and who are therefore able to render accurate predictions regarding the threats and the rewards in their environment. But this counter-argument to Descartes is open to attack on two vectors, on two levels. First of all, the evil demon may well be applying natural selection in his dealings with human beings. In other words, this devil may be selecting for traits in his prey, in his victims, conducive to his deception. In this case, individuals who respond well to the virtual reality that this demon conjures up will tend to survive. People who function well in the simulation will tend to thrive and propagate, reproduce. They will have children. Others will be allowed or even encouraged to perish. Rebels in Zion, in the movie The Matrix. And the second counter-argument is an ability to perceive reality in a manner that enhances our chances to survive. It's not necessarily the same as an ability to perceive the world as it really is. Who said that perceiving the world as it really is conducive to survival? I can tell you from experience in therapy that many people are driven to suicide when they are exposed to reality and to the truth. On the contrary, the need to filter out, to filter away loads of irrelevant information, hurtful information, painful information, traumatic information. This need almost guarantees a skewed and biased view of reality. In a way, natural selection and its evolutionary pressures are a latter-day version of Descartes' evil demon, because it too, natural selection, feeds us with information intended to manipulate us and to yield behavioral choices and outcomes in line with its agenda. Its agenda is passing on the genes, the selfish gene, Dawkins. The agenda of natural selection is survival, and we are manipulated to see the world in a way that is conducive to survival, not as it really is. Emotions, sensations, cognitions, motivations, attitudes. Are they all facets of the same thing? Or are they separate entities integrated only in our mind? This debate is very, very far from over. And the reason it's far from over is because our language breaks down when we try to discuss meaningfully internal experiences. One could even reach a conclusion after hundreds of years that internal experiences are incommunicable and that any communication about internal experiences is gibberish. Sorry to have wasted your time, and see you in the next conference. Thank you. Be well and stay safe, everyone.